All right, so we're in a state where I can't, I have thoughts on that shitty advert that filled the screen on mobile. Yeah, the gist of it is we're going to talk about DoorDash Girl, and it's probably going to take the majority of the show today because we have a really big problem in America right now, and it is people don't understand the law. And if you don't understand the law, you honestly, and I'm not trying to be rude here, but if you don't understand the law, you need to sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up and understand that the reason why we have lawyers is because the law is so complex. And the big issue is that people are under the assumption that, first of all, that their morality has anything to do with legality. There are an awful lot of things that morally are reprehensible, but they're not illegal. There are 50 states. There are 50 sets of laws for indecent exposure and public lewdness. And really, I don't like the fact that we have that. Sorry, these things are fucking terrible if you let them get warm. There should be one standard nationally for what public indecency is, what public lewdness is. Now, what's gonna shock the shit out of you is that, and I've, spent the morning digging into New York law. And again, New York law is different than Illinois law. So just looking at it, there's a lot of things, a lot of basic things like people don't know, like people don't understand. For example, this is your house and we're going to draw, you have a nice house. Here's your front door. Here's your driveway. You don't have an attached garage. This is important for the story. So here's your garage, here's your driveway, here's the sidewalk, right? Here is the path up to your front door. It's a straight shot. Now, the important part is here, right? This is what people don't understand. You have a window here. You have a window here. You have windows upstairs. Very just basic house layout. In some states, just walking past your window topless could be a crime. Okay? Walking past, a woman gets out of the shower, realizes she left the towels in the laundry room, has to walk in front of a window. 30 minutes later, there's police at the door ringing the doorbell and be like, we got a complaint that you walked past your window topless. And some kids on the sidewalk saw it. In some states, that's enough. That's enough to get charged. In other states, you have to have the intent to be observed. Now, this is really, really important in New York because in New York, Statute 245, public lewdness, inside a private residence, two things have to be true. You can readily be observed from a public place or other private premises, which means either from the sidewalk, some kids can see you jerking off on your couch, or your neighbor from their window can see you jerking off on your couch. That's the first threshold. And the second is that you intend to be observed. Now, for example, every other Tuesday I have to give myself a shot. I have to give myself a shot in the thigh. If I'm sitting Appreciate that 6 foot. If I'm sitting at my kitchen table, you can't exactly see my kitchen table from. You could see a little bit if you came to my front door. But I'm giving myself my shot. I'm not intending to be observed. I'm intending to give myself my shot. That becomes a real dicey piece of the charge, because you're gonna say, well, what was your intent? And I'm gonna say my intent was, it was Tuesday before noon, before my meal, and here's my medical log that shows every other Tuesday I have to give myself a shot in the thigh. That's why I was in my boxers. Your regular neighbor or the one who keeps binoculars by the window? That's a great, oh shit, I didn't turn on the server. Hold on. That's another great point. And why I say we have 50 states, we have 50 sets of rules. What can you observe by, what can you observe with the naked eye, the naked eye, and what can you observe through vision enhancement? These are all important, but and I'm tired of the debate backwards and forwards about TikTok girl, because they keep saying, well, he could be charged with public lewdness. He could be charged with public lewdness. He can be charged with flashing. Well, no, you can't. There's no flashing charge in New York. Flashing is the crime. That it's the action you committed. The charge is like exposure of a person, or public lewdness, or first degree public lewdness. But here's the problem. New York is such a radical state that New York has subclassifications. People versus Hardy, 1974. Lewdness cannot be presumed from mere nudity. So you have to do another act. I guess we should include if a neighbor's camera caught it on security camera, but only if they zoom way the fuck in. Well, you're right. But the thing is that you should not have your security cameras positioned in such a way that they ever record anybody else's property, because that opens you up to other liability. And that's why I tell people, you need to know your laws before you install cameras with audio recording specifically, because if you just have video recording cameras, yeah, a Ring doorbell is a really dangerous one. Pretty sure they call it spying on people. No, they don't. And that's why I said, your opinion doesn't matter, the law matters. You cannot trespass the eyes. It might piss you off. It might irritate you. But if you're out in public and I'm out in public, there's no expectation of privacy in public. I can record you. It doesn't matter. If the camera's looking at your property, you cannot trespass the eyes. And the camera can record whatever the eyes can see. And this is where, yeah, it sucks, but where you're only going to get into a problem is if, again, we have this confusion that people have. When I am on my property, even if I'm outside my house, am I on my curtilage? Am I on my private property? Or am I in my back property, which all three of those have different levels of expectation of privacy? For example, it is not against the law to swim without clothing on. And that catches a lot of people off guard. They say, but you're out in public. No, I'm not. I'm on private property. I am on private property. The law says that I, my own personal property, may not record and store information that is recorded using automatic motion sensing functions triggered by anything outside my property line. So the problem you have is you have no neighbors. You have no neighbors that have a second floor house. So, actually, I don't know what state has that law. I just checked. No state has that. So, because I'm pretty up to date as a former security person, having a perk card in Illinois. I don't know what state has that. You'd have to tell me which state so I could look up the exact law. But if I live in an area, for example, I have no neighbors with a second floor. I have an 8-foot privacy fence. I can swim naked in my pool. If you bring your ass around to my backyard, open my gate and walk in, that's a fucking you problem. Because curtilage doesn't extend to my gates. Curtilage only extends from the sidewalk to the front door. Would a drone count for trespassing if it crosses a property line, or is airspace different? Airspace is different. And we're starting to get into a lot of those discussions because depending on if you're in a landing track or a takeoff track, I don't want to give a single height number because there would be a wrong answer. It determines if there's, as stupid as this sounds, if there's no flying allowed over an area, there's no FAA regulations for that specific point. So your drone can operate above a certain point, but it has to stay below a certain point. We're starting to run into the problem of how much above your property do you own? And if your drone is 7 feet off the ground in my property and I hit it with a baseball bat, your drone was trespassing. And most courts are going to uphold that. All I have to say is I viewed the drone as a threat, therefore I destroyed it. And it was at 7 feet and I hit it with a baseball bat. Now, I've just said that drone made me fearful. For a person to sue me civilly for the destruction of the drone, they're going to have to sue me and admit that it's their drone in court. So they go to a civil case and they say, yes, it's my drone. I flew it into Jahlon's backyard. I have the video footage of him destroying it with a bat. Okay? They may or may not win in that civil case. The very moment that civil case is terminated, you're going to be walking out of the courtroom and you're going to get arrested for assault because you've just testified under oath in court that it was your drone and you flew it in my yard. And I've just testified in court and talked to the police and talked to the state's prosecutor that drone made me fearful. We need to redefine the law in this case because people think they have a right to do something, but they can't tie a single piece of legislation to what gives them that right. Well, tied into the subject, what if Timmy down the street flew his drone over the fence to see you swimming in the buff? That's a great question. That's what we're getting into. The laws don't compensate for the new technology. It would be, I mean, technically, and I know people don't like this because the title of the show today is Your morality doesn't dictate the law. Common sense doesn't dictate the law. Only the law dictates the law. What exactly is a peeping Tom? A peeping Tom is somebody who goes somewhere they're not supposed to observe somebody in some level of undress. If your titties are hanging out outside your window and I just stand there on the public sidewalk looking at you, I'm not a peeping Tom and I'm not engaged in voyeurism. If I go off the sidewalk, off the curtilage, up to your window to look in, that's voyeurism. And people are like, well, it's wrong. I'm not saying it's not immoral, right? I'm not saying there's not an immoral part. I'm not saying that common sense says you shouldn't do that. I'm saying that what the morality is and what the common sense is doesn't necessarily make it illegal. Like I said, people are offended in New York because just being naked isn't indecent exposure. Oh, I'm sorry. Just being naked isn't public lewdness. It's indecent exposure, but New York has lost so many cases about it, they don't do shit about it now. For them, right, if a woman is just walking around topless, they don't do anything. Because it's the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Some states give reasonable expectation of privacy that includes anywhere that's not visible through routine observation. In my state, it's also specifically written it's not a violation if for legitimate commercial or education purposes. Which means Timmy, unless he's engaged in commercial or educational purposes, if he's viewing that in your backyard, the fence you can't see through, Timmy's in trouble. That becomes the voyeurism thing. In fact, Texas has become Texas has actually written 423.002 where they have the use of unmanned aircraft. They have a law, right? You have to, yeah, I have it. I don't need it. Some states have actually gotten ahead of it because they've had court cases that have become problematic. You can't use technology to bypass, a privacy fence. You have a privacy fence. Now, you have a privacy fence, but you have a neighbor that has a 2-story house. You can't swim naked in your pool. But I have a reasonable expectation of privacy. No, you don't. Well, I built my house first. Is the 2-story house that juts up to your property in violation of the local housing zoning guidelines? No? Then, unfortunately, your expectation of privacy went out the window when a house behind you was allowed to be built at 2 stories because it can now see over your fence. And you're like, well, that's not fair. Nobody ever said the law is fair. Well, that doesn't make sense. It makes perfect sense. Yeah, the block you're on, yeah, a 10-year-old glancing out the bedroom window, right. But that's what people don't get. The block you're on is all ranches. You put in a pool. You like to skinny dip. And then 5 years later, 2-story split levels get put in and now Timmy can see right into your backyard. Well, your days of skinny dipping are over. And it sucks. And I understand what people's next natural argument is going to be. They're going to be like, well, I'm being denied use of my property the way I want to use it. I understand. You should have bought the surrounding land. 20 acres. Unfortunately, piece of property that I have is 20 acres. But the pool is situated on the approach from the public land to the front door. The property looks like this. Here's the house. Here's the pool. This is all trees and shit, right? And you come in and the driveway is like this. And this is where the front door would be. It would be the door considered the curtilage door. Well, because this is the curtilage, I have no reasonable expectation of privacy that people won't walk up my driveway if they're attempting to come to the door. Now, what if I post a no trespassing sign? A no trespassing sign doesn't always mean no trespassing. That is another thing that people don't get. No trespassing. So again, on that road, on that driveway, it kind of goes like this, and then there's two grass pathways that go there. There is no trespassing signs posted left, right, and center of those two paths. Because if you're walking down my property, I don't want you walking anywhere else on my land. But I can't say no trespassing because there is a legal need for somebody to walk up to my door and ring the doorbell. A county assessor. A county assessor has every right to walk down my driveway, ring the doorbell. A vendor with an itinerant vendor's permit. Well, what if I have no soliciting sign? Okay? If they've pulled a permit, their itinerant vendor's permit bypasses your no soliciting sign because they're no longer soliciting. They're vending. They are licensed. They are empowered by your local community. They've been given a permit. I'm curious, are people by default trespass from everyone's property? No. You are not by default trespassed from any property. To be trespassed from a property, you must be given notice you are trespassed from the property. In fact, then that sign doesn't talk to me. No, the sign talks to you because that is public, that is notification on private property. You can't go there. Yes, no trespass always means no criminal trespass. People don't understand that you have to lodge a trespass complaint against a specific entity in order for the trespassing to be valid. Right. Even if I have a no trespassing sign and you walk past it, I still can't have you charged with trespassing on the first offense. Now, just so we're clear, what I can do is fucking shoot you. If I'm out 10 more acres past that sign and it's dusk and you come upon me and you get shot, well, foo-foo could shoot to you, man. I was fearful for my life and I shot the motherfucker. Why? Because I have no idea why this guy is 10 acres into my property, past 2 fences and 6 signs. Well, do you believe that shoot first and ask questions later is a good answer? Yes, I do. And people are like, well, that's not called for. Look, again, what's common sense and your morality is not the law. Does that work in every state? No, it does not. It varies state to state. Can you shoot somebody if I have nowhere else to retreat? I'm working in one of the outbuildings and somebody comes in. There's no second, the only exit is between me and them. What the fuck are you doing? You need to leave. Don't take another step towards me. More effective is sign that says private property. Stay off. At that point, you've given notice the owner of private property wishes for you to remain in Maine, but still doesn't stop people with legitimate business. Correct. You also can't put a private property stay off sign between the public land and the front door. You can post it everywhere else, but you can never deny access to the curtilage. Now, what if you live in unincorporated nowhere? That's a different story. Because in unincorporated nowhere, nobody, as long as your mailbox is outside of the gate that you say private property, no entry, then the only organization that has the right to roll up to your front door has a place to put your mail. Now, does that suck? Yeah, it does. You get a package, they're gonna leave it right there on the fucking road. Is it smart? No. What do most people in unincorporated areas do? They have a P.O. box in town, or they have package pickup in town. Those particular addresses, you wouldn't address it to an address. You would address it to Jahlon, Mascouda Post Office, rural route, whatever. They leave it there. Yeah, you can say private property, stay on walkway. The problem is people don't think, yeah, we have said that trespassers will be violated. The problem is you can't, if you have a sign that says trespassers will be prosecuted, sure. The second time, because the second time they're a trespasser. The first time, I didn't see the sign. And you can't prove they did see the sign. Can't prove they read it. Can't prove they can read. It sucks. I don't like it. So how does this go back to DoorDash Girl? DoorDash Girl is claiming she went up to the door was open, and she was sexually assaulted. Now, I'm gonna walk a very fine line here. I'm gonna walk a very, 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 very fine line here. I want people to understand that when we talk about something, am I marked mature right now? There. I am never going to ever diminish a victim of sexual victimization. I am never going to downplay what they went through. Okay? I am never ever going to say, I am never going to downplay the victim side of it, because the law and psychology in the realm of sexual assault do not line up even at all. They do not line up in the slightest, which is fucking terrible. This girl is claiming, right? This girl is claiming she was fired after reporting on-the-job sexual assault. Now, I've been following this ordeal all weekend. First of all, I'm not a lawyer. I was pre-law. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a prosecutor. I know the law. I read the law. I don't have a credential to hang on. I do have credentialing in psychology. The problem here is she was not sexually assaulted by either definition. She was not sexually assaulted by the law. And that's not why she was fired. I'll get to why she was actually fired. Well, I'm gonna let her do her thing real quick.
Hey guys, so DoorDash just deactivated me 2 days after I reported my sexual assault. Hey guys, I just lost my job, and they won't tell me why. They're supposed to send an email immediately after deactivation providing you the reason why and a link to appeal, and they didn't. So I contacted support, and they made me sit on the phone with them for 50 minutes just to tell me that they can't tell me the reason why, and I have to just go ahead and appeal without knowing why. So my chances of getting my account back, they have my money in that account. I was working. I was literally working, and they deactivated me. This is related. They just punished me for posting about my sexual assault while door dashing. They just fired me, and the police are doing nothing. I lost my job, and that was my only way to make money to pay my bills.
Okay, so as you can see, a little bit of an unhinged individual. Well, here's the thing, man. I'm not gonna say she's not suffering from victimization. I'm not gonna make the claim that she's not suffering from sexual victimization under the DSM-5. She very well could be victimized. The problem is everybody always gets caught up in this idea, and it's a dichotomy. If you say there's a victim, you automatically start looking for the perp. You start looking for the perpetrator. The problem here is that when it comes to victimization in psychology, not in legality, because in legality, he didn't commit sexual assault. There is 0.0, there is no way, even if the state wants to charge him with sexual assault, they can't charge him with sexual assault. Because under 18 USC 2246, which is the federal law, and New York Penal Law Article 130, sexual assault requires non-consensual sexual contact or penetration. Simply seeing someone's genitalia, even if intentionally exposed, does not meet that standard. Unfortunately, where I say the law is wrong, the law doesn't follow common sense, the law doesn't follow morality. The only thing that this guy could be charged with is lewdness. And it would be public lewdness, even though he was on private property, because he intended to be seen. And you ordered DoorDash, you left instructions for the food to be left at the door. Therefore, you brought a member of the public onto your private property with the intention of exposing yourself. Now, look at all the things the prosecution is going to have to prove. They're not going to charge him with that. Unfortunately, no, there is no law for flashing. It's exposure of a person. Flashing is the incident, it's the act, but the charge is exposure of a person, 245 Tax 01. But exposure requires your genitalia being exposed in a public place. In New York specifically, I'm not saying anywhere else in the country, New York specifically, being naked is not lewd. Now, jerking off, lewd. There is something for flashing against minors that is specifically, and it's so dumb because it's a person over the age of public lewdness in the first degree in New York is Penal Law 245 Tax 03. This enhances the public lewdness when, among other things, the actor is 19 plus and intends to be observed by somebody under 16 for the purpose of alarming or seriously annoying, or when there's a qualifying prior within 1 year. Unfortunately, you're more likely to get a person charged if they're flashing an elementary school with you're more likely to get them on something other, because proving it's not that the person did it. And again, some people are like, oh, well, you're defending the behavior. I'm not defending the behavior. What I'm defending is the legal framework. And then I'm Bob Vila from This Old House and saying this shit's broken and we need to rip it out. Yeah, how do you prove intent to cause alarm? And that's why, because exposure of a person, 245 tag 01, this is the indecent exposure analog in New York. You are guilty if you appear in a public place with intimate parts unclothed or exposed. Now, how do you prove intent? That's why prosecutors will charge public lewdness in the first degree so that you plead to exposure of a person. The problem here is what Faye said is walking up to an elementary school in a trench coat and yanking it open. The act of yanking open your trench coat may be able to be charged as the lewd act because it's an act. The guy or the woman could just walk past the elementary school fence naked. They're still going to be charged with exposure of a person, but they won't get the higher count of lewdness because they're just naked. This is why they're like, exposure of a person in New York requires a public place. As I said, you can only reach into a private premises if you can be observed from a public place. And this is where I think DoorDash TikTok girl doesn't know the law. My belief, she saw the opportunity to cry victim. She doesn't understand the law, and now it's blowing up. Yeah, there's a state code that says keep people away from the recess areas on the fence. It's a law, but the problem is, like the trespass law, you have to catch the person doing it, charge them a first time. Like, for example, common sense tells me near the elementary school, there is if you're on one side of the elementary school, it's like a 3-block walk to get around the elementary school. Now there's a field that you can cut through and then get to the park. If I'm walking and it's like 6 o'clock at night and my leg is getting sore, I'll walk straight down the bus road, the bus asphalt. Not gonna walk through a field, not gonna do none of that shit. I'm gonna walk down the asphalt because it's 7 o'clock at night. Who gives a shit? I would never, ever, ever think to cut through the field, the bus fucking route, nothing if the kids are in session. Does DoorDash have a don't enter a residence policy? Yes. Yeah, shit, it's 7 p.m. Like, now, if it was 7 p.m. and I saw kids on the playground, some school event, open house, again, common sense dictates you don't belong there. And it's not just because it's an elementary school. A church parking lot, a middle school parking lot, a high school parking lot. The only parking lot I would cut through or buildings I would cut through would be like a community college, because that's where adults congregate. It's that why are you here? Oh, shit, I'm parked on the other side. I came out of the library, the door locked behind me. I'm cutting in between the buildings because I'm trying to get the fuck over there. And if you have business being there, here you go. Yeah, yeah, they don't want people going inside because they don't want to fucking deal with the fallout of someone going inside to set food on the table and their bones are discovered in the basement 30 months later. Exactly. But no, I think we have the disconnect, right? Rose Henderson, and have you ever noticed that the biggest problem children in the world are the fucking people with 3 names? Lively Rose Henderson. Oh, this is a real winner right here. Alleged that the food delivery company deactivated her account after she reported a sexual assault while on the job. In a TikTok video that's gone viral, she recalled being allegedly assaulted during a contactless drop for DoorDash. Hey guys, so DoorDash just deactivated me 2 days after I reported my sexual assault. She explained she had sat on the phone for 50 minutes, nobody cares. In a longer video, she unpacked the moment further while alleging that the front door was open when she arrived. So on October 12th, the DoorDash customer requested their food be left at the front door. The front door was wide open, their lights were on, and they were sleeping on the couch within eyesight of the front door, and their pants and underwear pulled down to their ankles. And they were indecently exposed to me. I reported it to DoorDash, and DoorDash did ban the customer. And then 2 days later, DoorDash banned me. Yeah, because you fucking posted his name, his phone number, and his fucking genitalia on the TikTok. Evidence does not go to TikTok. Evidence does not go to TikTok. Evidence goes to the police. If you were reporting a sexual assault, why did you not call the police and wait till they came and fill out a report? The TikTok was taking her videos about the alleged assault and the police did nothing when she reported it. Yeah, isn't that doxing and revenge porn? What the fuck do you want the police to do? Yes, it's a crime. She's going to get charged. The guy is already suing her. But the guy says, my ring camera is going to show a different side of the story. In her first video, which I saw but I didn't download, she said in the video she pushed the door open. We've seen some tough and sensitive posts. No one should ever have to experience sexual assault, harassment, or abuse. And DoorDash never deactivates someone for reporting it. Full stop. We take these reports incredibly seriously. Bad grammar. And we're close. You don't have 3 adverbs in a row. And work closely with law enforcement to investigate and support those affected. You work with law enforcement to investigate those affected. Comma needs to be there. Why is JB in such a grammar yeah, because it fucking matters. Also, don't have AI write your shit. In this case, the Dasher let us know about an experience that made them feel unsafe. And that's exactly what we always want Dashers to do. Our team immediately began investigating, has been in direct contact with law enforcement, and is preparing to fully support any of their efforts. However, posting a video of the customer in their home and disclosing their personal details publicly is a clear violation of our policies. That is the sole reason this Dasher's account was deactivated along with the customers while we investigated. We also ensured that the Dasher has full access to their earnings. Yeah, we are working closely. Look, I get it. You go to do your job. And you post. You go to do your job. And a guy with his pants around his ankles is on the couch. I get it. That's disgusting. You don't videotape him and put a picture of his junk on the fucking internet, because now you've just committed multiple felonies. I think people need to start to understand there can be two people wrong in a situation. There can be multiple people who are wrong here. And this is one of those situations. Is that guy wrong for jerking off on his couch? No, it's his fucking couch. Is that guy wrong for jerking off on his couch, passing out with his dick out and his front door open? Yeah. Yeah, he is. Morally. Yeah, I've had requests for video footage in a gated communities after a break-in or a vehicular break-in. I said sure when I receive a police request. Never heard from them. Not giving the video out to just anybody. I had that situation. Police came to my door and they say, we need to take a look at your video footage for whatever. Great. They're staring, looking at me. I'm looking at them. And I'm like, I'm waiting for the subpoena. And they're like, what? I was like, I'm waiting for the subpoena for what you need. Oh no, we just need to see it. Then you need to go get a subpoena. And let me help you out. Don't come back with a fucking warrant, because it's not going to get you what you need to come back with a fucking subpoena. The warrant gets you the fucking box. The subpoena gets you my credentials that gets you the actual video file. Cops, I don't blame police officers for being really shitty at their job. They're really shitty at their job because they're being trained by people who were trained by people before all this technology existed. I tell all these people, Ring cameras are going to get your ass sued. If something happens on a Ring camera, you do not post it on the fucking internet. If it's a crime, you call the police. If it's not a crime, you don't post it. I told you a couple of months ago, there was a dog got out. I knew which dog it was. The dog had an address on its collar. I went to the house with the dog, rang the doorbell. Nobody answered. So it was like their Ring message came up. I said, yeah, hi, I've put your dog back in your yard. And that's it. And I put the dog in the yard and I fucked off. Well, these Ring cameras, their fucking mics suck anyway. And then this person posts it on Facebook and they're like, does anybody know what this guy is saying? And I'm like, hey, that's me. They're like, well, what are you saying? I was like, your dog's in your fucking yard. Now take the video down. Now, I don't help anybody. I don't give a shit. People leave their fucking lights on. I don't walk up to their door to tell them. I start to walk up to their door and I see a Ring camera and I'm not walking up to their door. People leave their fucking trunks open. I don't close them. I don't touch their vehicle. Nothing. Because we're living in a world where there's no such thing as a good neighbor. Did the alleged flasher invite Livy to open the door? No. He was passed out. Passed out fucking drunk or high or tired or exhausted or post-nut coma or whatever it was. Whatever the fuck situation he was in. Yeah, how dare you want to be nice to your community? You want to get sued or something? Right. Somebody said to me, you used to be such a good neighbor. Yeah? You never were a good neighbor. Just kept walking. As far as I can tell, she's the only one wrong. He's in the wrong. He's in the wrong, depending. Let me see if this video is different than the one we just watched. I don't think it is. I think this is the same one.
So my chances of getting my account back, they have my money in that account. I was working. I was literally working, and they deactivated me. This is related.
It's not fucking related. It's that whole correlation versus causation. Cops wanted to see video of my doorbell cam in an apartment building under construction was burned down. I told them it's a setup so that auto deletes everything that's not my porch and my driveway. They said they don't suspect arson, but the fire was investigated by U.S. Marshal arson investigator. Well, I normally wouldn't say that's whatever. My city has its own staff of arson. Yeah, there's lots of reasons why you bring an outside person in, or yeah, I have no fucking idea. But again, you want the video footage that I have, come back with a subpoena. No, the problem is he has a Ring doorbell cam. I don't think anyone will ever know what truly happened, but I'm curious if she actually opened a cracked door, if the door was wide open. She said she opened the door. In her first video that was taken down, she said she opened the door. In fact, she said she opened the door and walked in. Why the fuck would you walk into anybody's house? But this is one of those situations where what was her goal? If your goal, like, I was sexually assaulted. No, you weren't. By no definition were you sexually assaulted. Were you sexually victimized? Yeah, absolutely. If you're gonna claim it, right? The problem is you can be sexually victimized by non-contact sexual experience. Sexual assault in psychology requires person-to-person sexual act, including coercion, threat, unwanted contact. Flashing without contact does not meet this threshold. Now, some people would say, well, it's only sexual assault if there's penetration. No. Guy on the fucking subway opens up his trench coat, has no pants on, and starts humping your leg like a dog. If his genitalia is making contact with you, that's sexual assault. Also, if you sit down and a guy whips his dick out and starts jerking it and grabs you, that's still sexual assault. Psychologically speaking. There is unwanted contact during a sexual act. Again, the psychological threshold is lower than the legal threshold. Imagine if she got there when he was still awake. She opens the door and all of a sudden we would be talking about how the DoorDash girl got shot for home invasion. Right. Now, should the guy get charged with something? Yes. And here's why. That guy should want to get charged with something so that the police can investigate it inside and out and then have no charges. And he should get charged and then have the charges dismissed so that he can go back and sue the fuck out of his employer who terminated him. Employers have got to fucking learn a really valuable lesson here. It doesn't matter what your employee does off work until you have something to hang your hat on to terminate that employee. Your employee got a DUI. Does your employee need a driver's license to do the job they do for you? If she opened the door, she's 100% in the wrong, even if it was cracked. No, it's still not 100% because if she opened the door, she's 100% wrong for home invasion, potential burglary, recording an individual inside their home, eavesdropping, all the laws that revolve around revenge porn. But when we say she's 100% in the wrong, it's saying that he's 0% in the wrong. She's wrong either way. He may be wrong depending on more details. Now, I don't know about you all, but I understand. Yeah, there are exactly 2 reasons to enter someone's house when you're dashing. Immediate family member, your intent is to be identified by your dental records 30 months later. Even so far as that, if you're on the clock, don't come in my house even if you are my immediate family member. Yeah, I think if the door was mostly closed and wasn't visible without pushing the correct door open, then he's covered. Right. Where the cover is I don't know about you guys, but it's really hard to see through a cracked door. When you're walking past it, you double back and you look and you're like, ooh la la. But if you're just walking at a normal pace, a note that says just leave just in, no, you do not leave just inside the door. It's against company policy. You do not touch the door. You ring the doorbell. Just leave it there. Okay? Just leave it inside the door. No, sir. No, ma'am. Company policy. I can't open your door. The other driver does it. Well, then the other driver's gonna get fired. I'll let DoorDash know. Do you want me to leave it here or do you want to come and get it? You don't open somebody else's door. Period. Period. You do not open somebody else's door. Now, if you work for Amazon and you've given Amazon your garage door code, then Amazon's gonna open up your garage door, put the shit inside of it, close your garage door. Some people give Amazon their fucking front door code. I would never the fuck ever give Amazon my front door or my garage door code. I have a deal with the guy across the street. If he sees if he doesn't see my SUV on the driveway and a package gets delivered, he'll come pick it up. If I don't see either of his 2 cars and he gets a package delivered, I'll go pick it up. And usually for him, I'll leave a note in his screen door. Hey, I have your package. And I just take an index card and he actually didn't give me my last one back. But usually I'll just write, hey, I have your package. I'll open up his screen door, stick it in the metal bar on his screen. And then he comes over with the card again. He gives me the card back. It's like the fucking postman. I don't know why people would ever trust Amazon with that. Ever. But this is where we're getting a remember I said, I think it was last week, we're at the point in our society now where common civility is going out the window. Common civility is right out the fucking door. It is not at least considered impolite to open a stranger's front door. I would say it's completely impolite to open a stranger's front door. I think personally, it's impolite to even open their screen door. They can have the code to put in only door of my parcel box in case I'm in the shower and need a safe place delivery, but not giving them anything else. Yeah, you also, Americans, like, I'll tell you right now, it would be a bad idea to just walk into my house. Yeah, I don't open people's screen doors. I don't do it. If I ring your doorbell and I start to hear dogs barking, the doorbell went off. Smart locks have temp codes that can only be set to work during certain hours, then expire. Okay. I don't care. What the fuck is it you need delivered? What the fuck is it you need delivered that you want to trust people with the code to your house? I would never do that. I would never, ever, ever the fuck do that. Yeah. Because once they have your code, what stops them from texting a buddy? And it's like, hey, this address. Yeah, key's under the mat. And what if everyone else isn't expecting a delivery? Right. Exactly. This is the thing we're talking about where I get a lot of packages for people because they know I'm home. I get a lot of texts from, well, not anymore. Let me back that up. Not anymore. I don't do it for people anymore. People used to text me in the neighborhood or Facebook Messenger me, be like, hey, I got stuck late at work and there's a package on my doorstep. Can you go get it? Yes. Yeah, get a PO. Well, you can't get a PO box. Amazon doesn't deliver to PO boxes. Amazon UPS doesn't deliver to PO boxes. FedEx might deliver to a PO box. You can get a UPS package delivery service and your packages can go to the UPS store, but that gets pricey. No, they don't deliver to PO boxes. Amazon and UPS do not deliver the PO boxes. A PO box is a post office box. FedEx does. Yes, FedEx delivers to the post office. They have an agreement. If you want Amazon deliveries or you want UPS deliveries, you need to have a UPS package parcel. And or you drive your ass to the fucking Amazon pickup point. I just don't get why. Like, you notice I said this. DoorDash, Uber, all these things starting to cause more fucking problems than they're worth. Pizza Hut only allows Uber Eats and DoorDash drivers to pick up one order at a time. Some Pizza Huts literally say you may only pick up one order at a time because you don't have a heat sleeve and it's resulting in cold pizza, and then our customers are calling. And it literally said, one of the Pizza Huts said, you work for us. If you want fucking pizza delivery drivers, have fucking pizza delivery drivers. I do not use DoorDash. I do not authorize DoorDash. I do not approve DoorDash for my family. If you want fast food, get your lazy ass up and go get fast food. It's already bad enough you want fast food. Now you want fast food and someone to bring it to you? We just can't have that. Let's see. No, if you're a 1099, there is no such thing as a 1099 employee. There is no such thing as a 1099 employee. A 1099 is a contractor, not an employee. So there is literally no such thing as a 1099 employee. Right. So if you're a 1099 contractor, Pizza Hut can't talk to DoorDash's contractor. You have the rest of that correct. DoorDash can tell the DoorDashers they can only pick up one pizza at a time. Pizza Hut can't tell the DoorDashers that walk in the door that they can only pick up one pizza at a time. In a lot of states, they have castle doctrine. You don't even have to report that you killed someone. You do have to dispose of the body properly, so you would be required to call 811 to bury it. That is true. I wouldn't recommend it, but it is true. I don't know if you guys noticed this.
Buenas tardes y mucha atención a esta hora. El periodista y gerente del sistema de medios públicos, Holman Morris, tiene información relacionada con los bombardeos de Estados Unidos a lanchas de pesca.
Oh, you guys don't speak Spanish. Colombian public media reports that a U.S. military strike on a boat in the Caribbean was a Colombian boat and was in Colombian territorial waters. 3 victims extrajudicially killed in the strike. One of them was a lifelong fisherman. The boat was adrift and it's had its distress signal up due to an engine failure. The United States is killing sovereign citizens of sovereign nations in those nations' sovereign waters. That is an act of terrorism. Yeah, and this is where this is a crime. But what can you do about it? What can you do about what can you do to the United States? And let's just run this through a hypothetical situation. What could France do to the United States? Like, what exactly can France do to the US? Isn't that attacking a sovereign country's population by a uniform military? Like pretty much the same as dropping a missile on a population center in Italy? Yeah. It's exactly what it is. That is 100% exactly what it is. And what do you do about it? What is the fucking... What is the Cheeto Poofin chief doing now? Shit, man. Trump is ordering his own Justice Department to pay him $230 million. Does this surprise anybody? Trump said to demand Justice Department pay him $230 million for past cases. Senior department officials who were defense lawyers for the president and those in his orbit are now in jobs that typically must approve any such payout, underscoring potential ethical conflicts. I'm gonna leave that up on the fucking screen for folks. President Trump was broke before he became president. They tore down a chunk of the White House to build this new fucking stupid ballroom. Would that be the biggest heist ever if Trump robs the Department of Justice of $250 million? Probably. Folks, we're in the end times and you fucking voted for this. You voted for this. Isn't the ballroom around 200 million? Maybe no, the ballroom is all from private donors. The ballroom isn't being paid for by taxpayers. It's being paid for by private donors of Make America Great Again. This guy's not planning on leaving, folks. He's not planning on leaving. Yeah, who's having balls these days? Nobody. Can't have a ball right now. The government is shut down. My daughter just had to apply for disability. Now I don't mind sharing my daughter's situation. My daughter is, it's no surprise. I'm fucked. I'm fucked in the head. My wife is fucked in the head. No surprise. My daughter is fucked in the head. My daughter has autism level 1, ADHD, borderline personality disorder, general anxiety disorder, persistent depressive disorder, PTSD with disassociation. She's OCD. She's partially blind. She's partially deaf. She has SMAS and she's anorexic. If there's anybody out there that deserves fucking disability, it's her. She still tried to go to a job. Right? She still tried to go to a job. But she can't get her benefits even looked at if the government shut down. There's a mom who goes out and she tries to buy food for her kids today, and her WIC didn't hit. Her women's, infants, and children's didn't hit today. Now, I'm gonna say this, and it kind of makes me the bad guy, but if you want to be the actual good guy, then you have to be willing to be a little bit of the bad guy. If mom goes into the store with 5 kids but can't afford to pay for them, whose fault is that? See, I talk about school and we need to fix education, and we need to fix education. We really do. Education needs a massive overhaul. But we also have to we have to reteach people value. Mom and dad, try mom and 4 dads. Try mom and 4 dads. Mom and 3 dads. Tell a story about a person. So this is the story. This is the story of a girl. Girl. We'll give the girl a skirt. Girl marries boy. Has a daughter. Gets divorced. Doesn't get kid out of the deal. Girl starts crushing on boy who has a girl and who has an offspring. Girl knows guy, doesn't pay for offspring. Girl proceeds to have 4 offspring with guy who doesn't pay for the kid he already has. Girl, back during the COVID check era, loses mind when 100% of all of their COVID payments go over there to pay for the kid and back child support. Guy now doesn't pay for these 4 kids. I can't believe how my life went so wrong. Bitch, you got knocked up by a guy that you know wasn't taking care of the kid he already had. You already knew he wasn't taking care. Yeah. Play stupid games, win stupid fucking prizes. Where does the surprise part come in? I just read a study. Well, let me see if I can get the study real quick. How we fell out of love with marriage. The average age that adults are getting married has significantly increased since the 1950s, with marriage rates in general on the decline. A record 25% of 40-year-olds have never been married, up 6% from the 1980s. These stats suggest a growing number of young adults in their 20s and 30s are delaying or foregoing marriage altogether. Why is it people aren't getting married? Because they're fucking dumb. If you're getting married, like, guys, gentlemen, wear a fucking condom. Condom on, motherfucker. Be the fucking Black Panther meme, right? Be the Black Panther meme. And wait until you're married, and then no condom forever. Stop having fucking kids. Stop having fucking kids. Women, stop having fucking kids with broke ass motherfuckers who aren't gonna take care of them. Because guess what? At the end of the day, what's the worst that's gonna happen? He's gonna have to pay child support. Can we all agree that child support is never appropriately applicated? In Illinois, one kid is 20% of your income in child support. Two kids is 28%. If one kid is 20%, how the fuck is the second kid only 8% more? Well, the first kid helps pay for housing and utilities. No, it helps pay. It helps pay. Now, there's a family. It's a fucked up situation. They got divorced. They got divorced. And instead of selling the family house, I think they have 4 kids. What they do is mom and dad each have an apartment. And then on his week, dad comes to the house and mom goes to her apartment. And then mom comes back to the house and dad goes to his apartment. Okay. Just work with me here for a second. Just work with me. If you can get to a point where you can design a house sharing schedule so that your kids don't have to leave the house, how the fuck is it you can come up with something so intricate as a house sharing rotation schedule, and you two can't be adult enough to just co-parent living in the same house, so that the money that is being wasted on having essentially three households can go to your kids? Because you're paying, hey buddy, what's wrong? You're paying for 2 sets of rent, you didn't intend to, I'm sorry, you're paying for 2 households, 2 sets of electric bills, just mom move into one bedroom, dad move into the other bedroom. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Like, most people can't even have a discussion about what to do with the kids in the house, and you two are splitting a fucking house. They're paying for free time passes every other week. Right. But here's the trick. There were a couple of times I'm pretty sure my mom wanted to divorce my dad. I'm pretty sure there were a couple of times my mom wanted to divorce my dad, but I was raised in the 70s, in the 80s, in the early 90s. And that is none of the kids' fucking business. Mom and dad should not be fighting in front of the kids. Kids should always think that everything's great. It should hit the kids like a fucking brick on an Idle Tuesday when mom and dad are getting divorced. But my mom, kids come first. I can imagine parents who hate each other enough that they couldn't be under the same roof. But if you hate each other so much, you can't be under the same roof. How the fuck are you sharing a house? I could get it if you hated each other so much that you each went and bought a house and you did what 99% of other parents do and the kids move back and forth every other week. And that sucks for the kids. But you hate each other so much you can't live under the same roof, but you're seeing each other all the fucking time. Because you're seeing the other parent on the day you leave the house for your week and the day they're coming in. And then you're seeing her when she's left the shoes she needs for her brown suit and she's got to stop by the house. Like, I get it. You fall out of love with people. This housing situation seems like the best way to do it. These people must be geniuses. No, it's the worst way to fucking do it. Because what you've done is you've created a ticking time bomb. Because what happens when one of you gets into a serious relationship? What happened is there's a set of parents, I was reading a study on them. Instead of the parents didn't want to move the kids out of the family home. So they each went and got an apartment. And then this is mom's apartment, this is dad's apartment. Dad goes to the family house, lives there for a week. Mom goes to her apartment. And then when mom comes back for her week, dad goes to his apartment. And this is how they rotate it. You're telling me that you can have the amount of communication it takes to have this sort of setup? Because that's running a home. Yeah, they're gonna do that shit for 18 fucking years? No, because even for the school area, what generally would have happened then is here's mom, here's dad, mom gives dad X amount of money, dad gives his half of the house to mom. Mom remortgages the house into her name. Dad comes off of the mortgage. The kids' residence stays in that house. And then dad goes get some sort of shit shack and the kids, I get why they're doing it. It's a great, Astro said, this housing situation seems like the best way to do it. Until, right? Yeah, that would probably have to go to a normal setup with kids having to move around. Then it's great for the kids. It's awesome for the kids. But what it's doing is it's putting a fucking time bomb. What are you gonna do when mom gets a new boyfriend or dad gets a new girlfriend or mom gets a new girlfriend? The week that mom's at the house, where's the girlfriend? Mom gets married, where's the new guy? Mom gets married, now the kids have a stepdad. Or do they? Because if the dad never comes to, like, it's a great idea on paper. I want to see how that plays out. I want to see how that works out. I'm not saying it's a terrible idea. What I'm saying is if you can come up with that idea, what the fuck? What do the parents? I have no idea. My question though is if you can come up with that level of accommodation, why the fuck can't you just work out? Like, what the fuck happened in your marriage that you can't work out? Your friend's parents have 2 houses on their property and the dad and mom live in each, meet for dinners and such. No, they can't have a restraining order because obviously they have to pass by, because you can't have a restraining order and then go to the address on the restraining order. Getting married a second time is crazy. I agree with you. Getting married a second time is crazy. My wife asked, because my wife has a lot of health conditions, she said, if I die, you're gonna get remarried? Fuck no. And I say it to people, and I am not joking. I am not joking. I am not getting remarried. I learned from my mistakes. I am not designed for married life. I am not designed for married life. I'm designed to be married to my current wife. That's it. That's the fuck it. If my wife dies in the next year, it'll be rough. My kid will only be 14. That'll be rough. I'll hire a cleaning service. Shit you not. I'll have the fucking Merry Maids come in twice a week and clean the house. I'll cook. I'll have the Merry Maids come in and do the house cleaning. If my kids are all grown and my wife dies, I'll go visit Electra Rain out at the Sherry's Ranch near Las Vegas. I'll just take, a part of my income 3 times a year. I'll fly out to Vegas. I'll book one of the fucking legal prostitutes for the girlfriend experience for like 3 days. We'll go to a show. We'll do some things. I'll just borrow a girlfriend for 3 days and then go home. I don't need that. I don't need that fucking complication in my life. You can't communicate when you have a restraining order. A restraining order doesn't just mean you can't be in the physical proximity. It means you can't communicate at all. And you can't send messages through a person. So, if you have a restraining order against your kid, or I'm sorry, against your spouse, you can't say to your spouse, fuck, I can't get this out. If you have a restraining order against you, you can't say to your kid, tell your mother, because that's sending a communication. The only way you can communicate with them is you give a message to your lawyer gives a message to their lawyer gives the message to them. Restraining orders fuck up families. Restraining orders fuck up families, and unfortunately, judges, and I've seen this a lot, judges issue restraining orders before they have all the facts. Because what type of restraining order is it? It's an emergency order. I used to have to sit there and go with my guys. I only had a handful of female victims. I had to go with my guys I had a lot of female perpetrators, by the way. Just a few female victims. I had to go with my guys up to the courthouse. Yeah, a lot of people don't get restraining orders. Restraining order, like what can happen is you can get a trespass order that says you can communicate with your spouse through the app, and the app is generally the family parenting app that the courts use, because that way the court can see everything you say, but you can't go to the family residence. You can't go to the house. Restraining orders, though, make co-parenting bullshit. Also, child support makes co-parenting bullshit. Child support is 20% of your income. Okay, well, a kid usually costs way more than 20% of your income. I think we're never gonna fix problem. How do you go from marriage to restraining order? A lot of times domestic violence. Notice I didn't say domestic battery, I said domestic violence. Women commit more domestic violence than men. Men commit more domestic battery than women. There's 8 stages of domestic violence. There's 8 types of domestic violence. Battery is only one of the 8, but it's really the only one that we we criminally charge. You've got verbal, you've got emotional, you've got sexual, you've got financial, psychological, physical. I'm missing one. Physical, sexual, emotional, economic, psychological, technological. Oh, physical, sexual, emotional, psychological, spiritual, cultural, verbal, and financial. Yeah, probably one cheats and harasses the other to take him back. Or, like my little cousin, who I have to be careful what I say at this junction, because if I say anything too specific, then the fucking word premeditated will get thrown around the courtroom again. My little cousin, who's like a little sister to me, her husband cheated on her with a prostitute. She forgave him. And while they were in the process of working their shit out, she fucked around and found out, but then he divorced her. And because she fucked around, he immediately filed for cause. Owed her no alimony. Talk about a fucking dirtbag. Like, look, man, your marriage was fucking done. You guys were over. And then she forgave you, but she was in a relationship. And the moment you had the proof, yeah. It's just crazy to see how at one point people got happily married, but then crumbled the relationship so much it needs court intervention. Well, you know, let's be honest about that one. How many people are actually happily married? I don't think there's a lot of people that are happily married. I think there are a lot of people who get married because the tax benefits of being married and the social safety net numbers work in your favor. How many people are happy? 20%? Let's see if we can find out. As low as 30 or as high as 74. But research indicates that 17 to 30% are in active, happy marriages. What is happy anyway? Well, that's of course always going to be a problem with the polling data. What is a happy marriage versus what is a marriage? Like, I'm not being sexist here. I'm not. Some women are probably going to think I'm being sexist. I love the new modern trend where some women are swinging back on other women, and they're saying, you want to know why men are the way they are, why men are always fine? It's because men can't be not fine. How many men are teetering on the thought of putting a bullet in their head, but they don't because their kid's bike needs fixing tonight? So the only thing that stopped that guy from going out to the shop and putting a bullet in his brain is that he needed to fix his kid's bike. I like the women that are coming out and defending men, because men can't defend themselves against women. A lot of those people would be miserable single also. We can't remove those from the statistics. You're right, we can't. There are a lot of people that are just fucking miserable. Like, I'll give you a great quote. A great quote is, the people who need therapy never go to therapy, but the victims of those people always find their way to therapy. Like, we have a really big problem with the word happy and the word content. And you heard me lose my shit on Monday. And I'm gonna continue to lose my shit on people when they say stupid shit. A McDonald's worker deserves a paid holiday every year. They deserve paid time off from work. They don't deserve a vacation, a paid vacation, because they're doing minimum wage work. Well, I don't give a fuck what you think. The problem with what you think is your fucking view is diluted, and you are trying to convince other people to buy into that delusion. Like, I had a friend, really good friend. I don't trust this person with information about me anymore Not that they've ever violated my trust, but they said something to me once that lets me know we're at radical odds. Why am I never first, even in my own family? Because I have kids. I chose to have kids. So my kids are always first. Period. My kids, oh, now, the 19-year-old is finding out my kids come first, stops at 18, and here's my written offer. I treat my adult kids like fucking, civilization. I'm offering you a vacation. Exchange, I want 24 college credit hours done in the next 2 semesters. I'm not asking you to do 30. I'm not asking you to carry 5 classes at a time. I know you can't. I trust you can carry 4. It's like right now, I love my daughter. I love my daughter to kibble in fucking bits. I'll chop her up, I'll put her in the fucking blender. I love her to kibbles and bits. She didn't cancel her Grammarly subscription, and she got charged for it and overdrew her account. That's $144 that I had to take out of my pocket and put in her account. That is money that you guys know, I tell you, I'm neurodivergent, I'm autistic. Well, actually, I have Asperger's syndrome, but we don't call it Asperger's syndrome anymore because we hate Nazis. I have a pink pixel burned out on my monitor. It's like I showed you guys once. It's literally trying a game like this, and it's so fucking obnoxious. It would be like trying a game and what's up, Color Man? That's how I have to game right now. I have a really expensive monitor, but it has 1 pixel pulled out. And it's right in my visual range. And it drives me up the fucking wall. It drives me up the wall more than it would drive most of you except 6 foot up the wall. Because I'm fucking autistic and it pisses me off. So I keep saying I want to buy a new monitor. But I have to keep covering other people's... No, it's the monitor's well over a year old. Oh no, I don't give a shit. I understand that when you buy a monitor, it says a monitor is allowed to have X number of dead pixels. Most of the time you can't get a refund. This particular monitor I can't get refunded anyway. I've had this monitor for a couple of years now. And I wouldn't care if it was like on the periphery of the it's right in the dead center. But why am I not first? Because I'm the guy. I'm the guy. My kids are first. My wife is second. I'm last. I had this friend who said to me once, she's like, if Mama Bear's not happy, nobody's happy. I stopped trusting this person with a lot of like the PETA from Hunger Games, like the deep stuff, because we're just incompatible. Our views are always going to be bipolar, and we're going to argue. We're going to argue because we have different views. USA devices come with a 1-year warranty, but when it comes to monitors, a monitor doesn't have to be replaced for dead pixels unless it's X number of dead pixels. 1 dead pixel doesn't come with a refund. Time to adjust. Oh, the people that say happy wife, happy life, it's happy spouse, happy house. No, if somebody says happy wife, happy life, you respond with happy dude, happy mood. If you need others to be certain for you to be a certain way, you'll live a hard life. I don't need anybody to be a certain way. I just don't want to involve people that I know is going to be an argument. Why do I not go to my mother-in-law's house? A, I have no need to. B, I can't stand the woman. C, I know it's going to be a fight. Why do I want to walk into that situation? I won't disrespect my father-in-law by having a fight with his wife in his house. So I just don't go. But because I don't go, my wife doesn't want to go. And because I don't go. My youngest child doesn't want to go. And then my mother-in-law was like, well, you guys never come to visit. I don't know. I'll tell you this. I don't like you. I don't like you. I said, I don't like you because the day that I met you, I was engaged to your daughter and you were screaming at my future sister-in-law's husband. And she's like, I was never screaming at him. And I was just like, let me ask you a question. Why would I lie about that? What's my win by telling that lie? I walked in the back door because my now wife told me I can just go ahead and walk on in. I walked in with the bags and you were screaming at my now not brother-in-law through sister-in-law. What points do I get by saying you were screaming at him? Why did we go to a hotel instead of staying in the guest room? Where's my win there? People remember things how they want to remember them, not how they really are most of the time. Yeah, Raymond Reddington in Blacklist says people have a gross misunderstanding about memory. Your memory is not a VHS recorder. You can't record a memory and then put it in and remember it exactly. You remember, you're influenced a lot by like how you feel. Like my wife will ask me something like, do you remember last week when? No, I don't. Because it was a completely irrelevant event, so I didn't store it to memory. But no, I don't like my mother-in-law. I think my father-in-law is fucking great. I love my father-in-law. It's like my stepmother died. I feel bad. I feel bad for my three brothers and folks. I understand fucked up in a family because I have half step brothers and a half stepsister. So that should tell you how fucked up my family tree is. I feel bad for them. I feel bad. My brother is 56. My brother is 62 and lost his mom. I was 20 when I lost my mom. I know what they're going through. I know what they're going through. I feel bad. I feel bad for my dad. He lost 2 wives now. I feel bad. Doesn't mean my feeling bad doesn't mean I automatically start to like her. I hated my stepmom when she was alive. I hate my stepmom now that she's dead because she's in hell looking at my seat. Get the fuck out of my chair. That's my chair. I'll be dead soon enough and I'll put my ass back on my chair. Thank you very much. Her yelling at him is something I could forgive. Why aren't you letting that go?
Dance.
Yeah. Why aren't you letting it go? Because I don't have to. Because if I let that shit go, then it's silent approval saying it's okay if you ever choose to raise your voice to me. You're not my mom. And I've said, like, she started that shit once. I'm going to remind you, you're not my mom. My mom's dead. You have no right to raise your voice to me. If you raise your voice to me, I'm going to go in the other room. I'm going to pack my kids' stuff. I'm going to take my kids to the hotel. Whether or not your daughter comes with me is your daughter's choice. Well, you can't take the kids if she says you can. That may be how your family ran. That's not how our family runs. My family runs, if either parent wants to leave a situation, that parent and our kids are older now, so our kids make their own decisions. But at the time, either parent wants to leave, that parent decides if the kids come with them. My wife and I have had rules so that in the moment when emotions are running high, we don't have the discussion. You're leaving. Yep. Are you taking the kids? Yep. Okay. Why are you letting him take the kids? Because that's our rule. That's how we run our house. It's also, if my wife wants to leave, I leave, period. I want to leave. Okay. The only time we don't okay right away is if I'm eating like a $40 steak. Look, I don't care how pissed off you just got. It will take me 5 minutes to chow down this fucking thing. I will walk out gnawing on a T-bone, but I'm not leaving a $50 steak on a plate. Whatever's pissing you off, go to the bathroom. Just tell me you want to go. I'll chow the fuck down on my food. I'll get to-go boxes for your food. But I'm not leaving a $50 steak on a plate. Now, I might pick up that T-bone and shank somebody in the throat with it for how they just talked to my wife, but that's a different story. That's a different situation. Let's see. I'm gonna play this one. I like playing different perspectives.
A lot of people kept asking me if I went to the No Kings protest last weekend. And I just politely said, no, without elaborating. But here's what I really think about those rallies. The whole premise is backwards. Journalist and CNN contributor Batya Ungar-Sargon said it best, and I'll play her clip in a minute. They're saying they're protesting kings, but they're the ones trying to overturn the will of the voters. Think about that. It kept happening over and over. Security guard of our building, one neighbor, walking a dog. And I was just like, why would people want to go to that? The protesters call Trump authoritarian, but he's the one implementing the policies he was elected on. That's not tyranny. That's representative government. I get that you might not like what his agenda is, but it is literally what he ran on. And he won the popular vote. I think to try and remove that leader, that's the anti-democratic move. And I just support the president. I'm not saying I'm anti-protest ever, but it was very groupthinky. I didn't like the energy out there. So many people kept asking me, hey, did you go to the rally earlier? No. I realized that here in New York City, my opinion is unpopular. It was the cool thing to do here in my neighborhood, Chelsea. But I guess I'm a dork. They've convinced themselves they're standing up to power, when in reality, they're trying to undo a democratic process they just don't like the outcome of. Even if he's not for every policy that I would be for domestically, he's for sure every policy that I'm for foreign policy-wise. And I just feel that he's making the world safer with what he's doing in the Middle East. And domestically, I don't support mobs of left-wing people trying to say that Western civilization is bad and that our way of life is bad. I think our way of life is good. It's always shocking to me that I really align now with the conservative viewpoint, but it's like, I do. The transition is complete. So when people ask me, why didn't you go? I just skip the debate, because how do you explain that demanding the removal of an elected leader isn't the defense of democracy? It's the opposite. I don't want to get into it with them. I just kept it to myself. So no, I didn't go, because protesting a president for keeping his promises isn't saving democracy. It's mocking it. But I also got to say, conservatives watching my feed, thank you for being here. Obviously, this video is for you. But I have blue hair. Get over it. Stop stereotyping people.
Well, I want to start by saying I totally support the protests. I think that this is, a very important part of what it means to be an American is to raise up your voice in any form that you wish. We have these First Amendment rights, and they are precious and dear. I also think that this was not indicative or representative even of the mainstream Democratic Party. These protests were overwhelmingly white. They were overwhelmingly elderly people, older people. Now, again, white boomers have the right to have a mass therapy session about the fact that Donald Trump won. But to call it a no kings protest, to act like he is a king, is so utterly preposterous. This is a man who won the popular vote. He won every swing state. He is a person who is enacting the exact agenda he promised he was going to enact while he was campaigning. And so what they're actually protesting is the absolute perfection of American democracy, where a person campaigned on an agenda, won the popular vote, and is now enacting that agenda. So it was actually a protest of democracy, all of which is to say the only way to greet such a preposterous proposition, calling this a no kings rally when it's actually an anti-democracy rally is to crap on it. I'm sorry, is to basically make fun of it. And I think that that has been the Trump administration's approach. They didn't try to stop it, God forbid, because he's not a king. They allowed them to have their say. They allowed them to go out there, and then they made fun of it.
So is Trump keeping his promises? Yeah. Yeah. Now, is he keeping his promises? Yes. Does Donald Trump have the first fucking clue, right, how to enact economic policy that is going to be able to, say, fix any of the problems? No, absolutely not. Donald Trump doesn't have, and I know some people are going to be like, well, he's a multi-billionaire. He's a multi-billionaire because fucking Fred left him. First of all, Trump's not a multi-billionaire. He's a multi-millionaire. Second of all, Fred, his dad, left him quite a bit of wealth. It's really easy to say this guy's more successful than you in business when literally dad bankrolled Donald's first property acquisition. Like, why is Donald Trump so successful? Because his dad was. Second of all, Donald Trump doesn't have the business acumen or the understanding that he enacted tariffs that are literally hurting the American people because they can't buy food. I go to bananas because bananas are the easiest one. If you raise the cost of a raw material by 10% and then you raise the price by 8%, you're making more money than you were before the tariff. And some people don't understand it, so I show it. A banana was $1. Why are we that color? A banana was $1, and you were selling that banana for $2. And they put a 10% tariff on your banana, which makes the banana $1.10. But you put an 8%, well, it's 8%, not 0.08. You put an 8% increase on the cost of the banana. Now you're selling the banana for $2.16, and now you're making $1.06 in profit. Walmart didn't have to raise the price of bananas by 8% to cover the new tariffs, but they did. Yeah, make more money while having stupid people think that you're giving them a break on the tariff. Right. Walmart says, well, we only raised the prices by 8%. And I want to say this, and we have to talk about it because it's the reality of the situation. 54% of Americans can only read at the 6th grade level, which means even if they want to, they can't educate themselves out of ignorance. No, I said Walmart raised the price of bananas by 8%. Because a 10% tariff was put on bananas, so Walmart, yeah, greedy corporations using, why? Stop. Why do people always say greedy corporations? Who owns that corporation? The people do. Stop blaming corporations for shit. Your retirement fund, greedy people. You're one of those greedy people. You're one of those greedy people. If you have any money invested anywhere in an interest-bearing account, you're one of those greedy people. I will say this, I'll be the first to say, I am one of the greediest motherfuckers. Because when I go in to invest my money every X number of months when it comes out of investment with the bank, I look at, my banker's name is Kim. Kim is amazing. Kim has literally brought the bank manager in to sit in on one of our meetings because she gets shit that she can't sell me on whatever their premium, whatever is. So Kim, not this last time, but 2 times ago said, at our next meeting, our bank manager's gonna be there. You own a small business and charge much less than the market does. No, you're a greedy motherfucker. You own a business. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You own a business. You fall into that greedy people. I'm sorry. You do. You make a profit. You say I charge much less, but you still make a profit. It's not a negative mark against you. It's either you're making profit or you're losing money. That is the flaw of capitalism. You charge more than you pay. You have to stay in business. You take a smaller cut of greed, but it's not that you don't have greed. You don't net zero. You don't live on basic sustenance. I'm a business owner. I've owned multiple businesses. Every person involved in capitalism makes enough money for their comfort. And there is nothing wrong with that. You've elected to provide goods and services instead of working for somebody else and trading your labor, 1 hour of your labor, for a fixed rate of pay. You make more money being a business owner than a wage slave does. And there's nothing wrong with that. But people have to stop saying the greedy people. I'm one of the greedy people. I walk into the bank. Kim tries to say, well, we'd like you to go with this. Kim, I want you to run the numbers on this, this, and this at this interval, and this interval. All I want to see is how much I'm going to walk away with. She gives me the 3 pieces of paper. I divide it by the total I'm investing. I get the number and I say, we're going with this one. And the bank manager is like, well, wouldn't you want to? And I looked over at the bank manager. I said, no, this is what I want because this is what's best for me. These other 2 are what's best for you. This is what's best for me. You want me to go into this one. I don't give a shit what you want. You're already making 8% on my money. I want my 4.5. You can have the other 3.5 because you do fractional lending. So the $100,000 that I'm giving you is going to turn into $990,000. You're going to loan that money out 9 times. So you can afford to give me 4.5% and you can make your money. The bank manager fucking laughed. He's like, yep, you know what you're doing. You're never going to sell me on something. You are never, ever, ever, ever going to sell me on something that's not best for me. Because I am a capitalist. I am greedy as fuck. I understand capitalism. Do I want to live in capitalism? No, I don't want to live in capitalism. But I don't want to live in socialism. And I don't want to live in communism. So, yeah, I'm greedy when it comes to money. I love money. I hate when people turn around and say, I don't love money. You love fucking money. Unless you are the rare altruistic individual. Am I greedy if I pick a quarter off the ground? Everyone wants money. Ben Affleck, we're gonna look at the clip. We looked at the other boiler room clip. I think it's this one. Nope, it's not this one. This one. I love this clip. I use this clip when I teach people like the mentality of how to make money. I love this clip. I love this fucking clip.
You fucking guys. I'm gonna keep this short, okay? You passed your 7s over a month ago. Seth's the only one that's opened the necessary 40 accounts for his team leader. When I was a junior broker, I did it in 26 days, okay? You're not sending out press packets anymore. None of this Debbie the Time Life operator bullshit. So get on the phones. It's time to get to work. Get off your ass. Move around. Motion creates emotion. I remember one time I had this guy call me up, wanted to pitch me, right? Wanted to sell me stock. So I let him. I got every fucking rebuttal out of this guy. Kept him on the phone for an hour and a half. Towards the end, I started asking him buying questions, like what's the firm minimum? That's a buying question. Right there, that guy's got to take me down. It's not like I asked him, what's your 800 number? That's a fuck off question. I was giving him a run, and he blew it. Okay? To a question like, what is the firm minimum? The answer is 0. You don't like the idea, don't pick up a single share. This putz is telling me, 100 shares. Wrong answer, no. You have to be closing all the time and be aggressive. Learn how to push. Talk to him. Ask him questions. Ask him rhetorical questions. Doesn't matter, anything. Just get a yes out of him. If you're drowning and I throw you a life jacket, would you grab it? Yes, good. Pick up 200 shares. I won't let you down. Ask them how they'd like to see 30, 40% returns. What are they going to say? No? Fuck you? I don't want to see those returns? Stop laughing. It's not funny. If you can't learn how to close, you better start thinking about another career. And I am deadly serious about that. Dead fucking serious. And have your rebuttals ready. Guy says, call me tomorrow? Bullshit. Somebody tells you that they got money problems about buying 200 shares is lying to you. You know what I say to that? I say, hey, look, man. Tell me you don't like my firm. Tell me you don't like my idea. Tell me you don't like my fucking necktie. But don't tell me you can't put together 2,500 bucks. And there is no such thing as a no-sale call. A sale is made on every call you make. Either you sell the client some stock or he sells you on a reason he can't. Either way, a sale is made. The only question is who's going to close, you or him. And be relentless. That's it, I'm done.
Like, this is the problem living in capitalism. Like, I saw what you said, okay? And I appreciate what you said. You said there's definitely a scale to greed. I think the real greed comes in when your desire is to have more than someone else, or in other words, you base your self-worth on having more than others. I don't give a fuck. Like, let's be clear. When it comes to the money side, I'm running a marathon, and I don't give a shit who else is running it. And the problem is, too many people start saying, well, there's a scale to greed. No, there's a scale to your greed. If Elon Musk showed up at my door right now and said, I will give you $1 billion to never stream again, I'll take it. Because although I can't stream again, that doesn't mean I can't fucking write the scripts for 50 fucking streamers. I want to do things that help people. $1 billion fucking dollars lets me help an awful lot of people. You say every day you're thankful you don't work in sales. Not everybody is cut out for sales. Sales is where the biggest money is made. You get 10% on a $100 million contract at 19 years old. A contract nobody ever thought that you would be able to close. It's the rest of your fucking life. Now, granted, you're about to give shit. You're about to give about 5.4 million of that to the government in taxes. But it's a good deal. I 100% want more than the guy beside me when I stand at the last ship off the burning island. Yeah. Disliking sales has been a hindrance in your life. Yeah, not everybody can do it. Glenn Ross, the Alec Baldwin speech. Sales. It's a tough racket. Not everybody can do it. The problem with having these large ideas about greed is this. If you have a 401k, you're greedy. Why isn't the money enough? Why are you making interest? Because your 401k money gets put into a pot with everybody else's 401k money, and then that brokerage firm works their ass off to take 1 million people's 401k money, move blocks of stock to make money, because then they make money. It's not greed to want more. It's greed to want gluttonous excess. Well, what is gluttonous excess? I can feed my family today. I can feed my family next week. I can feed my family next month. I can feed my family next year. I have enough money in an account that I don't have to worry about this household's financing ever again. Because this household has an expiration date. I know the expiration date on this household. This household, we're leaving within 6 months of my daughter graduating high school. My plan, hopefully, is that my daughter will be in the Running Start program. My plan is to get my daughter an apartment, a 2-bedroom, so I can buy the house in Florida, get this house empty, flip this, and have this flipped and sold before her graduation day. Am I looking at making $250,000 profit on this house? Fuck yes, I am. Do I need $250,000 profit? No. But honestly, what am I supposed to do in a capitalistic system? Find a really nice family and just let them buy my house for $50,000 over what I paid for it? It's not how the system works. I want to live in a communal system. I don't want to live in communism. I want to live in a communal system. I saw a guy the other day talking about we need to tax Elon Musk. If we taxed Elon Musk just 1% of his money, we would have $50 billion. Well, first of all, no, we wouldn't, because Elon Musk doesn't have $500 billion. Elon Musk has $500 billion of potential value if he sells his stock. And if he sells his stock, 20% of some of that stock, if he sells it and doesn't reinvest it, will go into taxes. If Elon Musk sells $500 billion worth of stock, the fucking market takes a shit. He won't be able to get $500 billion for the stock he owns. Smaller communities based around lifestyles where every transaction is not about getting the most and giving the least. You're right. That's the problem. The problem is people look at others wanting more and say it's greed. I don't want more for today. I want more in case of tragedy next month. Like my little cousin, right? If I had hundreds of millions of dollars, I would take care of my little cousin's all her fucking problems. My uncle has that brain cancer that starts with a G that I can never pronounce. It's almost always terminal. He's 80 some odd years old. What the fuck else does he have to accomplish in his life? Does he have any goals? Does he have any unfinished dreams? No. Then why the fuck is everybody running around keeping this guy alive and nobody asked him if you want to be alive? Why has nobody asked him if he wants to be alive? 83 years old. Fucking, that's a good run, man. That's a good run. It's a good fucking run. You have... What the fuck is this shit called? I can't pronounce it. My Irish immigrant illiterate ass. It's a rigged game. Crashing events are staged events. No, they're not. People need to stop believing this bullshit. People have got to stop believing this bullshit. People have got to stop believing this bullshit. It's a rigged game. Crashing events are staged events to buy more to sell back later. Rinse, dry, and repeat. That's a bullshit statement. I'm sorry, that's a bullshit statement. Companies go out of business during those crashing events. Companies, when their stock goes into a free fall, they lose billions. Do you think Disney deliberately crashed their stock? Nobody, let me stop you. The only people who can remotely crash their stock is the company. Nobody else can crash the stock. And if you, I'm sorry, if you believe that you can manipulate the market to controlled crash the stock, then you don't understand capitalism and economics enough to ever justify that opinion. Companies go into free fall. Now, is there market manipulation? Yes. There's absolutely. GameStop. GameStop got pumped and dumped because they were trading more shares of GameStop than there were shares of GameStop. Somebody caught wind of it, but guess what? GameStop made out. 14 of the 15 biggest brokerage firms made out, and one brokerage firm lost their fucking ass. Remember, when it comes to the stock market, nobody's manipulating it fucking behind the scenes, because when it comes to stocks, there is always a winner and there is always a loser, or nobody made nothing. You can't, when it comes to stock, it's a fixed closed system. The stock isn't like the rest of the economy. The stock market is a closed system. Well, they can split their stock. Yeah, they can take a $2,000 stock, they can split it 4 for 1, and now have $400 or $500 shares of stock. It didn't create more stock out of nothing. It just divided it so it becomes easier to sell. It becomes easier to buy. What did we do now? Oh, you can own partial shares of stock. Trump seems to be able to manipulate the market through tariffs and tweets and profit off those factors. Trump doesn't directly profit off of those tweets. He can't. His family can. He can't. His friends can. He can't. No, Trump family doesn't equal Trump. We got to stop saying, again, we got to stop saying stupid shit. You cannot move money from one person to another and not pay tax on it. I want people to understand that. If you give somebody money over the gift threshold in a year, or over the lifetime threshold, you can choose to believe that. I believe if his family profits, it's because, look, TWO, you just changed your fucking statement. Look at how the fuck you've literally moved the goalpost so fucking far. You've made 2 different arguments now. Trump seems to be able to manipulate the market. Trump family equals Trump. You can choose to believe that. I believe if Trump family profits, it's because of him. No, you didn't clarify your statement. Trump doesn't benefit because his family benefits. His family benefits. If you make that argument, you're right. If you make any other argument about Trump individually profiting, he doesn't. Should any member of his family be able to profit based on his decisions? I would love to say no, but how the fuck do I say somebody else can't profit in the family if they have nothing to do with it? For example, my family has nothing to do with my corporation. None of them are officers. Fuck, most of them don't even know what I do. Insider trading is probably hard to prove. No, insider trading is actually really, really easy to prove. What's hard to prove is when it's not exactly insider trading, but you're benefiting from insider knowledge. It's an issue because he holds private events for people who hold the most coin, and it's a way for people to legally bribe the president. You're right. That is a concern. Because you do not need, we don't have a way to ensure that people disclose blockchain transfers. You're absolutely correct on that. I give my daughter $100,000 this year. Well, my daughter can live on it, kind of. Kind of. I give my daughter $100,000. She can't buy a house with it. We need to find out who those people are who put up 100 million before undisclosed information comes out and makes 4 times the profit in an hour. Well, I'll give you a great example, right? Give you a great example of how that works. How much does the stock have to move for you to make a shit ton of money if you buy 50 million shares? Or you buy 10 million shares? If you buy 10 million shares, every dollar the stock moves is $10 million. That's what people don't understand. It's not like these are the people making $20 million making small trades. Yeah, you're right, they do. But I'll also tell you, lots of other people make that kind of money. They're the big dick swingers at all the brokerage firms. They're the people who have a investment fund of $325 million. Their boss says, hey, I'm taking you off of this. I'm putting you on this. Your new amount is $325 million because you've been up 35% this year. Now, am I saying it's all clean and it's all legal and it's all above board? Fuck no, I'm not. Like, for example, do I know for a fact, right? Do I know for a fact there were people that made a fuck ton of money on Boeing stock after Airbus lost the Boeing contract or the tanker contract because Boeing filed an appeal and then Boeing was awarded it? Yeah, there were a fuck ton of people that made a shit ton of money on Boeing. And should it have happened? Some of those people, yes. Some of those people, no. Something gets leaked. Unfortunately, government decisions don't always get kept under wraps. Do I think it's bullshit that Nancy Pelosi has somehow managed to make $150 million in stocks when she's only made about $12 million in government payroll? Yeah, that's suspicious. But that's not the same as market manipulation. Foreknowledge of an event is wrong. I'm not saying it's right. But we got to stop having these big, grandiose plans, right? Yeah, copy her investments and you will make bank. I think Karthos is up 42% this year. 40 to 45% this year, and that's all he's doing, is copying her trades. We've got to cut through all the fucking bullshit and get down to the real issues. Okay, how do we stop it? How do we solve it? What do we do with it? What's the solution? Because if you don't have a solution, Congress people can't trade stocks. Okay? Well, how far away from the congressperson do we go? Their spouse? Okay? Their kids? The kids will be like, fuck you, I don't serve in the government. So Nancy Pelosi, instead of having, or I won't say Nancy Pelosi, government senator can't have their spouse make the trade for them, so they call their kid and they say, hey, XYZ company would be a good company to dump $50,000 into tonight. Make sure you get that trade executed before the opening bell. Is it right? No. I'm not saying it's right. But I'm saying that is radically different than saying somebody is manipulating a market crash so companies can buy. Companies don't want their stock to crash because at any given time, companies have loans against their shares of stock, and there's riders in the contracts that say, if your stock falls below this price, we call in full. Our company is currently worth $10 billion. We hold 60% of the shares. We have $6 billion in shares of stock. We want a $3 billion loan. Okay, well, just so you know, if your stock falls below this, you have to sell your shares of stock immediately because the debt's due in full. They don't want their fucking stock to drop because they don't want to have to sell off 20% of what they hold just because the market had a hissy fit today. And I call it a hissy fit because you never quite know when the people are going to take their... You never quite know what day the market is going to align itself because people want to have cash on hand. Shit. Disney got caught with its pants down a couple of years ago. Disney was structuring loans and their stock went right back into the toilet. Disney wasn't even in a position where they could buy back their own stock. Disney had something like $12 billion laid out in investments. They were funding them. It's like the same thing though. People got all mad and people got all pissy and they're like, why is Disney structuring it this way? Because Disney doesn't want to spend their money. They want to spend somebody else's money. One of the things that people have to look for is, and this started on greed, but you have to have an understanding of the market. Right? Like my wife has walked into my office in the past and I've had all the different financial charts up where all of our money is and all these places. And she's like, well, aren't we in trouble? In trouble? We're up $12,000 in one fund this year. She's like, but we're down $456 over there. And we're up 12 grand over here. And we're down $400 here. I'm not worried. I'm not worried in the slightest. But people get worried. I understand it's a shitty world if everybody is afraid of everybody else being greedy. That's why I don't want to live in socialism. I don't want to live in socialism because we're living in socialism. We're living in socialism right now. The Democrats are keeping the government closed because the Republicans won't allow the Democrats to give insurance companies more money. Has healthcare gone up in this country? I think I have the video. Has healthcare gone up in this country in the last 5 years? No. Why has healthcare gone up in price? Because all the hospitals know the insurance companies are going to get money from the government. And this is the sad part. So, this is what your doctor's office appointment costs. Between the doctor seeing you and the rent and the utilities and having the med tech and having the admin person, the fucking scrubs people, all the people involved, for you to see the doctor for 15 minutes has to cost $100. But the biggest insurance companies will only pay 75%. So the doctor needs $100. So the doctor says, okay, well, now the visit costs $150. Because the insurance company is going to pay 75% of $150. And now the doctor's office is making $112.50. Your healthcare costs have gone. Has healthcare gone up? Healthcare, not the cost. Healthcare. Have we made any major breakthroughs in the last 5 years? What have we cured in the last 5 years? Nothing. Are cancer rates down? No. Obesity rates down? No. Diabetic rates down? No. Prices go up, but quality of healthcare goes down. It's because back in the day, people thought Obamacare was going to be a good thing. It's not. It's the way wrong fucking way. The way wrong fucking way to try to make healthcare affordable. If you make everybody have insurance, you literally make insurance a thing that's valuable. I just showed you. Insurance company says we're only going to pay 75% of a doctor's visit. Why? What? They don't say we're only going to pay $75. If they said we'll only pay $75, the way this would work is easy. At this clinic, we have to make $400 an hour. So we charge each patient $100 for a 15-minute appointment. That gives us the $400 an hour we need. The insurance companies, this one, A says they'll pay $75. B says they'll pay $100. C says they'll pay $100. D says they'll pay $50. Well, I won't accept insurance A and I won't accept insurance D. Isn't that how normal private insurance works also? No. Except Moss, you're missing. I appreciate what you said. You said not exactly the same, but it reminds me of the current environment for concert tickets because companies like Ticketmaster and StubHub, they have algorithms buy most of the tickets and sell them back to actual consumer at a higher price. Their business is to step in the middle of the consumer and the artist to skim profit. Well, first of all, Ticketmaster doesn't step in between the artist and the consumer because the artist doesn't have the tickets. Okay? It's an incomplete understanding, but it gives you the wrong view. The artist does not have the tickets to sell to the consumer. The venue has the tickets. They use Ticketmaster to go to the consumer. The venue has the tickets. They go through Ticketmaster. How much is this ticket worth? What's its worth? Well, somebody will say it's worth $50. I say, where do you get $50? And they say, well, that's the price on the ticket. No, that's the price. What's its worth? What's it worth? If you say, I'll buy that ticket from StubHub for $500, yeah, worth is what you're willing to pay. So now, watch this. You bought the fucking ticket from StubHub for $500 and then whined and bitched and complained at Ticketmaster. But I guarantee you, if here's the venue and through Ticketmaster, the ticket was $500, either A, you won't buy, or B, you'll buy for now $800 through StubHub. So what's it worth now? If the venue fixed the problem and just sold the tickets at what the market would bear, StubHub would go out of business. Because if the ticket's only worth $500, and no one will pay more than $500, and the venue sells it for $500, it puts StubHub out of business. But nobody wants to pay what something is worth. People always want to complain about the price. Well, I overpaid. Well, why the fuck did you do that? Why the fuck did you overpay?
A lot of people kept asking.
If you know you're overpaying, why the fuck are you doing that? Don't do that. I'm gonna play this while I walk out.
But again, this gets to the democratic solutions have never been to directly provides. It's always been a subsidy
Absolutely
to a
right.
middleman. But what happens is when the government promises endless funds to insurance companies or private universities without any cost controls, and Trump seems to understand this, prices rise far beyond the rate of inflation. And we've seen it in tuition, and we've seen it in pharmaceutical, and we've seen it in healthcare. So my question is, will Democrats recognize the poison pill that they've often placed into well-intentioned policy?
Right. What they end up doing is coming up with very complicated proposals. You make $48,964.
Yes!
You will get this thing. You make $1 more, you finish the blah, 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 blah. Look, we have got to make it simple. In the wealthiest country in the history of the world, should healthcare be a human right? Yes, it should be. Should we have the best quality education in the world from childcare to graduate school? Yes, we should.
Right, but these are.
All right, how do you pass? No.
Let's get there.
All right, then the question is, all right, these are.
I'm writing this down, Sanders.
All right, the Republicans, you're getting violent here, you know.
I get excited when you're around.
The more complicated you make something, the more room you have for manipulation. Yes. Yes. Because everybody's got to have, and unfortunately, everybody's got to have their cut. And if you don't accept that everybody's got to have their cut, then you don't understand how the world works. I have one. I think I have another one that talks about housing prices. Do I have that one? Yeah, here. Let's just listen to this one because it ties in with everybody not understanding. Everybody has to get their cut.
A lot of people aren't going to like to hear this, but when we talk about housing affordability and compare it historically, I think that's where a lot of people kind of lose the truth a little bit. And I am going to read this off because it's easier. Average home size in 1950, kind of the golden age of middle class, 983 square feet. Average people in the house, about 3.3, 3.4. 70% of homes had one bathroom or less. So basically one bathroom per house. 983 square feet, one bathroom, 292 square feet per person. Today, average size home, 2150 square feet, 2.5 people per house. 97% have two bathrooms or more. Space per person, about 858 square feet per person. So each person's getting the same amount of square feet as a whole house, basically, 70 years ago, which skews the price to build a house, as well as just what we think affordability should be.
Why does nobody want to talk about that? Why does nobody want to talk about what that young man just said? Because he just fucking mic dropped on everybody who wants to talk about the fucking housing problem. 983 square feet for the whole fucking house. 4 people in the house, right? Because there's no such thing as 0.4 of a person, and 1 bathroom. Versus 2150 square feet, 3 people in a house, 2 bathrooms. That's what the fuck you're paying for. I'm so fucking tired. I showed it on Monday. I once again showed it on Monday. If you give me an area, I will go find a fucking house there. It might be a piece of shit house. You might have to fucking, roll up your goddamn sleeves to the elbows, and you might have to work on it. I lived in a house by myself after I made money. My mom got sick, lost my money, went to college, cost me money. Lived in a 1 bedroom, 3 bath. A 3 bedroom, 1 bath house. My girlfriend moved in with me. Now, any man who's ever lived with a woman knows there are times of the month you better fucking tell her the bathroom's gonna be. Hey, just let you. And I know there's some people that are like revolutionary in their thinking. When I'm in the bathroom, when I'm in the shower, the toilet doesn't exist. Nobody walks into the bathroom to use the toilet while I'm in the shower. Done. Non-starter. Not happening. Okay? There are weird ass family. If I'm in the bathroom, you're not coming in there to pee. If you're peeing, I'm not coming in there. I don't know what it is about people and no, that's private time. Fucking lock the door and shit. Like, my girlfriend, she'd be on the couch. She'd be like, hey, I'm about to go take a shower. Do you need to use the bathroom before I jump in? She'd be like, no. The better answer was, well, I'll join you. Hell yeah, you will. I'll get your question in 1 second about the starting a business today. Just give me 1 moment. Is it simply people expect more and won't settle for less? Yes. they expect more than they earn. Now, somebody has asked me a random question, and that random question is, if you were to start a business today that was not content creation, what would it be and why? If I were to start a business right now, if I needed to start a business, I would probably open a bar. I would probably open a bar. And the reason why I would open a bar is, no, I have a fuck ton of degrees, man. But the problem is a bar is easy. If I could get a liquor license, a bar is easy. You can't lose money on a bar. You can lose money on a liquor license if you have to serve food. If you can just open a bar, you can't lose money. Literally, you buy a bottle of Jack Daniels wholesale for like, I think it's $32 now. That bottle of Jack Daniels turns $80. You just made 56 profit. I would also look into, if we change it a little bit, if I had to start a business today and I was healthy, if my spine was healthy, if my hands were healthy, I would flip houses again. I would get back into buying houses for cheap and flipping them. I did that in the past. It's almost impossible to lose money. Construction is very safe, but you have to know what the hell you're doing. The hard part is, it's like that one fucking guy who says, if I had to start a business today, I would do this. Well, dude, you also have $200 million to put into it. Like, I could start a construction company right now because I have enough money for all the tools I need. Yeah, cleaning garages, a cleaning fee. I guess, Moss, I guess you did hit the nail on the head. If I had, and I'm not trying to be sexist, I'm really not. If I had to start a business right now, I think that's what I would do. I would start a manual labor business, cleaning houses, cleaning garages, the dirty part of landscaping, not like the lawn mowing shit, but like the ripping out of the bushes. But in that, I would get some hot chicks and do topless cleaning service, because that shit makes money. Although some states you have to have special licensing. Now, one of the questions I got asked was, I recently bought a car for $12,000 for my uncle, which was originally my deceased grandmother's. Yesterday to get it registered, the RMV, the Massachusetts RMV charged you 6.25% sales tax on a car because that's the most recent auction or something value for it, among the other fees as well. Thoughts? Here's the thing. You live in a state where they tax vehicles as property instead of as a vehicle. When I married my wife, the first thing I did was move her Santa Fe from Missouri into Illinois. Illinois, their annual fee, was a percentage of the value of the vehicle. Fuck that. Moved it to Illinois. Flat fee, $140. So the reason I ask is because I recently put in my 2 weeks notice IT cybersecurity job. It was a local government position, didn't pay well. To give an example, I am now dashing for DoorDash. I took a minimal pay cut, so I'm looking at starting a business. Well, first of all, thank you for telling me what's going on. I'm going to put this up on the screen. because this now isn't chat from another platform. This is a teachable moment. So first of all, you've already spilt the milk, so there's no use crying over it. But for everybody else, this is absolutely not the fucking way to go. You do not want to do this. You do not want to do this. The reason why you don't want to do this is optics. You want to do it. You want to do. You want to leave that job. But here's the optics on your resume now. Job, dates, DoorDash, dates. This for me as an employer is an immediate red flag. Is an immediate red flag. I would not hire you unless, well, I wouldn't even interview you. When I was doing interviews for the government, I wouldn't even have interviewed you. Why? Because this, and I know this isn't the case because you've told me your story, so I know the truth. But I look at your resume, I'm going to immediately think you fucked the pooch at your job. They allowed you to quit or resign instead of firing your ass, and now you went to DoorDash. What Wolfagar said is you always line up the next job before you give notice. Now, I understand in your case, you're looking at starting a business. Starting a business comes with an inherent 20% failure rate inside the first year. Yeah, you should have stuck it out for a few more weeks while squaring up the new business idea. The big trick is for me to start a business, I've done a lot of things because I became a money man. I own a piece of this. I own a piece of this. Like, hey, Jay, I have this really good idea. I want to open a pool hall. Okay, well, do you have a liquor license? No. Are you on the lottery to get a liquor license? I didn't win. Okay. Well, are you going to back my pool hall? Absolutely fucking not. Here's why it's a terrible idea. Refine the idea. Refine the idea. Walk me through it. I'm not just going to give you $25,000 to start a pool hall because you don't have an idea. Different guy. Hey, I'm starting a generic like entertainment venue. We're going to have a couple of bowling alleys. We're going to have a movie theater. We're going to have some pool tables, some dart tables. We're going to have about 20 arcade games. Perfect. Awesome. There you go. So now a little bit more information. This person is a veteran, enrolled in the GI Bill for university, so I had something lined up and enough savings to pay. Now, there you go. So now that's good. That's good because here's why. Now we're going to change because now we have more information. So now it's job, date to date, reason for leaving, return to education. And then DoorDash, we just don't put on the resume because we don't have to. Because now our reason for leaving our job was I was going to go to university. The GI Bill gives us our BAH, which is sizable. And we're going to have the income from DoorDash. That's a good plan. See, now that doesn't throw the red flag on the play because that actually moves. It's always interesting how one fact can change a perspective. Now I'm more likely to interview you because you left a job to go back for education, and I'm a big continuing education guy. Yeah, starting a business, though, you have to love the business. Like, I didn't love the restaurant side of the bar. I didn't love the restaurant side of the restaurant. I didn't love those. I had people manage those for me. I learned a lot about restaurant management, but I didn't like, that's not my thing. Like, hey, look, man, don't call me and ask me to come in here and cook. I'm a good cook in my kitchen. I am not a good cook in a restaurant. I had a guy worked for me, was an amazing short order cook. Amazing. He's fucking awesome. He's fucking amazing. He loved to cook. He loved to cook. Said, come up with some ideas. We'll put some of your ideas on the menu. Some of them hit, some of them missed. We finally sent the guy to culinary school during the day. He had long days. He went to the culinary school during the day, literally got off the bus, came in, and started cooking for us and worked until 11 o'clock. We did bring a person in to close the kitchen so that he didn't have to close the kitchen. And he went on and I think Buca de Beppa is the last restaurant I knew he was working at. Good guy. As far as starting your own business, it is very much so, what do you love to do? Also realize, like Moss Piracy said, you're probably not, most small businesses, I hate to say this, most small businesses lose money. Yeah, what does your area need? As much as I hate to be this way because I don't want to be this way, my area doesn't need strip clubs. But down the fucking expressway, about 25 minutes, could certainly use a couple. If you really want to nail down controlling the strip clubs in an area, open 2. Open a nice one and open a not so nice one. But make sure you own both. Because generally most towns, most areas will only license X number of a type of business. So own both strip clubs. Put your 8s, 9s, and 10s over here, and your 7s to your 4s over here. Own them both. Makes it easy if they're both in a conjoined parking lot. But Bernie Sanders talks about... Oh, hold on. Then there was the other one. The other question I got asked. Would I ever want to produce my own MMO if I had the investors to back it? Abso-fucking-lutely. If I had the investors to back it, I would come out of retirement and be a project manager on an MMO. Absolutely, without a fucking doubt. I absolutely. I absolutely. I even said if I won the big fucking Powerball, I would start a video game company in Southern Illinois. Why Southern Illinois? Because I don't want the fucking people that are going to say, well, I'm not leaving San Diego to come work for you in Southern Illinois. I'm going to say, you know what? That's fine. I'll pay you $130 a year here, and you'll live like a fucking king. Your kids will have great schools. You'll have St. Louis 45 minutes away, Chicago 5 hours away. A great place to live. It's absolutely insane how we have so many people with this passion about MMOs and they can't come up with a good one. Dude, don't... Astro, I could spend the rest of this show boggling your mind about all the fucking ideas up here for a good MMO. My brain is probably worth $1 billion to Blizzard. The problem is, nobody wants to take the risk because you know what people want and you know what they say they want. And you're listening to what they say they want. You know what they want. Somebody on a YouTube video of mine left a comment where they said, the majority of the Ashes backers are just silently waiting. Silently waiting for what, motherfucker? Because if you dropped between $100 and $500 to test that game, leave a fucking opinion. Leave a fucking opinion, because right now, Ashes of Creation is on a fucking direct collision course with failure. Steven Sharif shit on Crowfall once. Crowfall at least launched. It was fucking dog water, but it launched. The issue here is consumerism has gotten so terrible. Yeah, Queue for Fellowship hit 10,000 the other day, and the game is absolute trash. People were shitting on Bloodlines 2. I played Bloodlines 2 last night, and as a White Wolf fan, as an old school, I have all the fucking 3rd edition books, White Wolf fan, Bloodlines 2 is absolutely amazing. Yeah, boggled mind, if you don't know what business you want to start, then don't try to think about what business you want to start. look at it from a different area. Look at the area you live in and think to yourself, what does my area need? Start coming up with ideas of what is missing. What's missing? And then figure out of what's missing, what would I be willing to do? Like, for example, you guys can see now today is a really bad day. I've had to put my gloves on. I don't wear these gloves because they look sexy or anything. I wear these gloves because I have small cluster neuropathy. If my hands weren't bad and my spine wasn't getting worse, I would open a Portillo's. It's $50,000 to franchise a Portillo's. I have that in cash. I would franchise a Portillo's because my town needs fast food joints. I would love to open a Portillo's. But number one, I don't have the family to tag and say, hey, I know you're off on Saturday. I need your help at the restaurant. I mean, a Portillo's here would fucking print money. A Portillo's down here would print fucking money. A pool installation company down here where I am, O'Fallon, Belleville, Illinois. If you could bring a pool installation company down here, you would print fucking money, because right now the waiting list is, if you buy a pool today, I was just talking to the guy that I know. If you buy a pool today, it will not be installed until 2027. Every one of the pool companies down here is pretty much booked all the way through 2026 because there's just not enough pool installation companies down here. What type of food is Portillo's? It is hamburgers, hot dogs, and Italian beef. Yeah, garbage can pressure washer. Now, that gets dicey because that particular job, you have to know the local ordinances. Where I'm at, you cannot deliberately put soap onto your driveway. You cannot wash your car in your driveway. Because all of our sewer runs directly to the river. All of our rainwater sewer, not the septic sewer. So garbage can pressure washer isn't a good job here. It's not a good idea here. The guy that does it can't do it the way he wants because we don't own our garbage cans. Our garbage cans are issued to us by Aspen. He tried to start a business because he has the business a couple of towns over. He tried to do it in this town and he got so many ordinance violations. He's like, I just can't do it there because I can't pick your trash cans up even if I want to and bring them back to you because they belong to the trash company. I can't remove them from the property. They're assigned to the property. Dog shit yard cleaning business. Yeah, we have one of those and that person makes bank. Car detailing businesses are rough. Can you put soap into the ground if not your road? Kind of. Yeah, mobile dog groomer. One of my students has a mobile dog grooming business. Can you clean them on the lawn? No, because then you're introducing soap, which is going to run off. Where you're allowed to have some amount of soap is when you're cleaning your house, because you got to get the algae off of your house. So there's a little bit of leeway there, but not a lot. But no, you can't. They literally will say you're deliberately circumventing putting it into the sewer today. It's just going to run into the sewer when it runs off your lawn. But yeah, there's a ton of ideas. You just have to find out what already exists. And like in some places, DoorDash works really well. Instacart works really well. All-in-one golf challenge. Pay X dollars for a shot. Yeah, that's it. That's all about odds. Let me.
A lot of people aren't going to like.
Let's see. What was this one?
The difference between a leader and a manager, there's a number of them. When you think about a leader, they are a one of one, right? They're visionary. They welcome change. They embrace change. They don't resist change. They get raving fans, right? They don't have employees. They have fans. They take great pride in developing themselves and developing others. The difference.
There's a huge difference between a leader and a manager. And I try to explain this to people. It's funny you mentioned strip clubs. There's only 2 in my area and they're both 30 to 45 minutes away. Yep. Strip clubs print money. Strip clubs print money, and you can sometimes get, hey, later, Moss. A lot of times at a strip club, you can get a, you can get a bring your own beer license. So you don't even need to get a liquor license. What the fuck? What we have right now is we have Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is not a world leader. Donald Trump is a world manager. Donald Trump basically looked at the American voters, and said, I'm gonna fucking fist fuck this country and lick my fingers clean, and how do you like that? And people said, we'll vote for him. Yeah, like, there are times when the things I say on my show are very much the typical capitalist. There are also times on my show when I'm going down the lane of how you make really, really good money. If you're really trying to start a business, you have to decide, why are you starting the business? And if you say you're starting the business to get rich, there is nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with starting a business. I know my area will boom with IT working, even local government. I was able to be part of meetings with the FBI. Just lucky to, yeah. Why are you starting the business? If you're starting the business because you want to get rich, I'll respect that. If you say you're starting the business because you want to create opportunities for people, I respect that. My buddy who has the restaurant, I'll tell the story real quick. My buddy had a restaurant. He was there every night until 3 or 4 in the morning because managers were rotating. He had a lot of turnover. People were doing things wrong. The kitchen wasn't run very well, so he was constantly flipping people. And he talked to me and he said, man, I don't like owning my restaurant anymore because I can't get ahead. I said, what do you mean you can't get ahead? He's like, I can't do anything with my life. I started the restaurant so that it would run itself and be income so that I could work on other things. I said, well, walk me through it, because I'm a CPI guy. The biggest thing, there's lots of things that I know, although Wolf Agar will tell you after last night, of all the things I know in life, the World of Darkness is probably the best. I'm a CPI guy. If you bring me something, I'll tell you how to make it better. And people will be like, well, how can you tell somebody how to make it better if you don't know all the details? Because you're going to explain it to me like I'm 5. Why do you do it this way? And the thing you're going to find out is you're going to do a lot of things because that's the way it's always been done. My buddy was constantly turning over people. So that means every time he's got to turn over people, he loses time. Well, the first thing to do that is then you need to stop changing managers every year. You need to look at somebody and say, look, I'm trying to build something here. You're going to be part of that. The richer I get, the richer you get. That's why the bar I ran perfectly fine without me even being in the state. Hey, look, Rox. Works like this. Roxy. I'm leaving. I'm joining active duty. I will not be able to manage this day to day. This is what the owner's draw is. This is my draw. This is my bills. If I don't have to take care of this, you can have half of what's ever up here. That person was like, wait, I just have to keep doing what I'm doing, do a little bit of the manager stuff, and I take half of the owner's draw. Yeah, because I gotta go. Either I sell the place now, or Roxy was like, yeah, I got it. I was gone for a year. I stopped in on my bar once in a year, and I was home on Exodus. I went in, place looked fucking great. Place looked good. Place was packed. And I walked in, I just wanted to look at the books, and Roxy was like, I'm sure you want to talk about a few things here. I said, the only thing I want to talk about, my 50% of my owner's draw was about the same as my 100% of my owner's draw, because this person knew the bar business, knew the area, changed the beers we had on tap, changed the bottles we had, changed the seating. She's like, are you mad? Why the fuck am I gonna be mad? I'm making almost as much with half the draw. She ran that shit for me for 20 years. Only a couple of times was there a problem. She now owns it. I sold it to her on the cheap because I had already made the money like 10 times over. My buddy with the restaurant, I said, you need to find a manager who's gonna get profit sharing. And then, Jay, there's no profit right now. There's no profit. Boggled Mind, you can stop in any time to bounce ideas off of me. I said, you need to profit share with the manager. So we talked to the manager, sat down, said, hey, we need at least a 2-year commitment from you. This is going to be your salary, and you're going to do profit sharing. The manager suddenly became interested in fixing the problems. The manager became interested in understanding more about all the things that they weren't managing because now if the profit's 10,000, you're getting 1,000. If the profit's only 5,000, you're only getting 500. And then we went around, and what I said to him was, what is it you really want in life? He's like, I want to be able to open other establishments. Okay. And then when I start saying stuff to him like, okay, we're going to have to start paying $15 an hour to the servers. He's like, I can't afford that. I said, you can't afford not to do that. I said, who's the longest serving server here? About 7 months. You're running a fucking restaurant that's your longest serving server. That means your regulars can't get a regular server. Why were people leaving? People weren't leaving because anything was bad. People were just leaving because it was a disorganized clusterfuck. Anybody been a server here? Anybody been a server getting to work and then you're really good at rolling silverware, but then today you come in and you get given side work that you barely know how to do and you're not allowed to switch because some manager thinks it's really important for all the servers to know how to do all of the side work equally? That's some ignorant ass shit. If there's side work to be done, there should be a person hired to do all the fucking side work. Because a server, and it's illegal in some states, let's say it's 1:07 right now, my time, and your shift ends at 2. Well, now you don't give a shit about the customers. Right now, you give a shit about getting your side work done so you can go home at 2 because you have class at 3. But you get docked pay if your side work's not done. Fuck that. That's a terrible fucking idea. What are we? And it's like you hear me say all the time in the Air Force. I always told people, "What is your job?" My job is to process paperwork orders. Blah blah blah. No, your job is to put warheads on foreheads. That is your job. That's your job. Your job is literally to put warheads on foreheads. And if you're doing something that isn't directly related to putting warheads on foreheads, then you shouldn't be doing that task at all. And so if your servers are coming in and their job is to take orders and bring food and take care of customers, then side work isn't what they should be doing. And so he was really hesitant. He was like, man, you're like proposing like radical changes. He went from having $30,000 in the bank and like, I don't know, $750,000 worth of debt to having $300,000 in the bank and no debt in 12 months. The place was fucking jammed all the time. Because now you start having servers, you start having regulars. You know, this server, hey, can we get seated in Jenny's section? Because Jenny knows that old lady is really weird. She likes a cup of ice in her drink, and she likes to manually, like whatever. But that's like a little quirk. Jenny's happy because she's getting $15 an hour. She's walking out of there with at least $600 a week. You catch the bartenders given extra pour. Well, you fucking fire those bartenders. You fire those people. A leader knows there's always going to be more money for them. Now, that doesn't mean every single person in the hierarchy needs to be a good leader. You do need managers. You do need managers because you lead people, but you manage processes. But we're stuck in a world right now. You heard me have to lose my fucking temper on Monday. Look, you work in fast food. If that's the best you can do, better yourself. MIT has free classes. Your local community college has classes for cheap. Read books, go to the local library. Study. Get better skills. I know a lot of people got mad at me. I made a particular YouTube video, and people got mad at me about it. And they said, "Well, how do you know she talks like that on her job interviews?" I said, "I don't know. I don't have the video anymore. I deleted it to make space." But what I said was, this particular woman said the word "like" a disgusting number of times in her video. And somebody's like, "Well, that's not how she talks at a job interview." How the fuck do you know? Because I had people walk into job interviews and they do that millennial speak. Like, you know, this last semester in school has been like so difficult. You know? No, I don't know. Well, what do you mean you don't know? I don't know. Why don't you tell me? What was so difficult about your last semester in school? Like, you know, my professors, they just have like this unrealistic like expectation. Like they actually expect us to be able to write like, I don't know, like 7 term papers in our last semester. You understand that you're applying for a job where I'm going to expect you to write anywhere between 30 and 50 chemical analysis reports a day. Well, what do you mean? That's the GS7 workload. You will do no less than 30 and no more than 50 tests a day, each one requiring a report. And their faces. Oh my God, are you serious? Yes. Well, how many people are going to be helping me? Nobody. It's a GS7 position. You're the lowest level person I hire. You are the bottom of the food chain. I don't know if I want to work here. Okay. Candidate did not express any interest in job. That makes my not hiring you simple. Like, what do people want? Like, if you want something, go out and get it. 6 foot is here, or was here. I wasn't nice to 6 foot when I met him. Fucking hollered at him too. How much of your money are you wasting? You're saving how much? The fuck is wrong with you? Like my daughter, I told you earlier in the show, I want you guys to know that sometimes when I'm looking up in the screen, I have kids, so when I pick up my phone, I try not to use my phone unless it's for one of my kids. My daughter was like, what did she say to me? I said, "Hey, were you able to get the Grammarly thing sorted?" Now, I'm gonna read this because there's no personal information. All I said was, hold on. All I said to her was, "Were you able to get the Grammarly thing sorted, or do you need my assistance? Because sometimes you have to do a chargeback." This is what she said. "I'm attempting to figure it out, but I can't seem to. I know I had to use Grammarly for an assignment because she said she wanted us to use AI to bounce ideas off of and stuff, and then write about our experience while using it. But I don't know why it did and what it did. I'm going to see if what the fuck do I need to know about the college assignment? Look, motherfucker, they charged you $144. Do you need my help getting your money back? That's what's wrong with kids today. right? That's what's wrong. We're not holding anybody, we're not allowing people to find out. Like, yesterday, I had to fill out paperwork for my daughter. She is moving back a mile away, but she's staying with her boyfriend for the moment. And I had to keep calling her. But I had to keep saying to her, in 10 words or less. In 10 words or less. Because people don't have an economy of words. I don't know. I think we're cooked. I'm going to show this Trump tweet to let you know how cooked we are. Because we're fucking cooked, man. We are cooked. Trump promised to import beef from Argentina. Now he's attacking U.S. cattle ranchers, saying they should be more grateful to him. The cattle ranchers who I love don't understand they are the only reason they are doing so well for the first time in decades is because I put tariffs on cattle coming to the U.S., including a 50% tariff on Brazil. If it weren't for me, they would be doing just as they've done for the past 20 years. Terrible. It would be nice if they would understand that, but they also have to get their prices down because the consumer is a very big factor in my thinking. Dumb motherfucker. If you put a 50% tariff on Brazilian beef, it raises the fucking price. How the fuck? How can our president be this fucking stupid? How can he be this fucking dumb? A 50% tariff increases Brazilian beef by more than 50%. How would a cattle rancher be doing so well this soon after the tariffs were enacted? There's no way, right? No, there's no way to be doing, and anything that's a commodity, there's no way to be doing well. Well, first of all, let me take a quick break, and then I'll say why tariffs don't help the domestic person anyway. So, all right. So you're a U.S. rancher, and you raise cows. And again, I'm not going to use actual prices. I'm going to just use made-up prices. You sell a cow for $5,000. Cow goes for $5,000. This price is not factored. This price doesn't consider tariffs at all. And why that is because here's the tariff line for foreign beef. Your price is $5,000. Either the Brazilian beef is $4,000, so you put a 25% tariff on it, so it has to sell for $5,000 in America, right? Or you recognize that 100% of the US made beef is already bought and accounted for, so the imported beef only accounts for the leftover. America needs 10 million tons of beef. We raise 8 million tons. We import 2 million tons. The only problem comes in is when we need 10 million tons, we make 8 million tons, and we import 3 million tons. So 1 million tons of US beef goes to waste. That's where a protective tariff helps. Donald Trump doesn't understand that. Putting a tariff on something doesn't help anybody. I make Stanley Cups in America. I make American-made Stanley Cups. I sell them for $44 because that's what I have to sell them to turn a profit. Doesn't matter that there's cups from China selling for $10. They're not a comparable product. You can't, and I know Donald Trump's fans love him. They love him. How does he not know how to solve any economic crises? Anybody? Why? Any Trump fans here that can try to say to me, I support Donald Trump because his economic, acumen is so amazing? I've never seen conservatives clamor for more taxes. People don't understand. His record would beg to differ. It's so amazing he can bankrupt casinos. Right. The thing is, you can use a tariff to protect America if American companies aren't able to stay in business. Again, a tariff is good because of unions and labor laws and minimum wages. You sell steel at $5,000 per ton, but Chinese steel is coming in at 1,700. Well, then you were making 5 million units, and now 3 of your plants close because you don't have enough customers. Then a tariff is good. We have to be the manufacturing infrastructure to support local made again. We simply don't have it to capacity at this time. You're right. And what people say, when first the tariffs first came out, they were like, what's going to happen is they're going to tariff the shit out of all these headphones coming into the country. And so the American made ones. What American made ones? What American made ones? I totally get it, right? There are crappy Chinese Bluetooth headsets that are $10 that some gamers use because they get the job done. I didn't buy this set of headphones because it was my only option. I bought this set because now I'm gonna say this. There is no such thing as surround sound headphones. There's no such thing as surround sound headphones. There's Fox surround sound headphones, but you need, in order for surround sound to work, there needs to be X amount of distance between you and the positional speakers to create the idea of surround sound. These are not, even though these are labeled as Dolby 7.1 surround sound, you can't have that with all of the speakers positioned in the same place. But even so, gamers wear expensive headsets because it's their hobby. Kids wear cheap Bluetooth headsets because they're kids and they break them. It's not like I'm gonna go to Walmart and the Chinese bullshit headsets that were $10 are now gonna be $199 to match the Logitech ones. China just won't make them and send them here. But China also makes the Logitech ones, so what's the point? The other thing is protectionist tariffs are usually quota-based, not flat. If domestically you produce 80%, you tariff after 20% has been imported, then you adjust as that ration changes. Yes. Yes. Because, and I did this in a video. If I'm gonna build a 3-story commercial building, and I'm gonna build it for $9 million, and of that line item, $3 million of that is the steel I need. Well, raw materials, steel, concrete, whatever. And I'm buying all that from China. And then you suddenly put a tariff on it so that you want me to spend $9 million on American-made steel and copper and everything. It's not that I suddenly go back to the people and I say, you know what? This building's now going to cost $15 million. This project just doesn't happen. It's the same people that believe taxing corporations at 90% over a certain earning, taxing individuals 90% over a certain earning would somehow create more wealth for everybody. Say, it's such a complicated situation. If you kept Elon Musk's annual earning to $500 million, the man would just leave the country. He'd work out of another country. He would say, fuck it, he'd pay his exit tax and leave. If you told me when I was earning money that I was going to pay 50% income tax on anything over $250,000, I just wouldn't earn over $250,000. But that doesn't mean that there's automatically, say I could earn up to $500,000. Could earn, that's potential earnings. That doesn't mean that somebody else can come in and make that other $250,000. We've got to stop thinking that Elon Musk having, like, if we went back to a fiat currency, if we went back to a hard currency, the problem is we're not dealing with the situation where a lot of people believe that because Elon has 500 billion, this pile is smaller. This, in a fiat currency, isn't the way it works. In hard currency, that's exactly how it works. If Elon has this chunk of the pie, this is all that's left for everybody else, because that's all the gold in circulation. Period. When you try to explain that to people, they don't get it. Elon Musk's money is monopoly money. It doesn't actually exist yet. It'll exist when he tries to pull the money out of the system. But people are like, well, Elon Musk has too much. Okay, but Elon Musk taking a loan for 40 billion and paying 13 billion in interest allowed the bank to have 13 billion, that 90% of that they could put back into the market. It's just, and I get it, it's the absolute worst truth that people don't want to hear. People don't want to hear there's not a pill there's not a magic formula. There's not an easy fix. People don't want to hear that in order to get out of this terrible, shitty situation that we're in, that God forbid, people might actually have to dig in and try. No, they want to say, oh, what we're going to do is we're going to take away the money from the rich people and give it to the poor people. Okay, but how does that help? How does that fix the problem?
The difference between a leader.
Let's go with this guy.
Allow me to show y'all how you can defeat most arguments online with one simple question. That question being, do you have any evidence of that claim? Let me give you a great example. So this dude made a claim against me and another creator. He was talking about Israel, but he said, which country has over 90% of our politicians have a dual citizenship with? Now, I already knew this was a bullshit claim, but I played along and I said, cool, here's the same question. Do you have any evidence of that claim? Because according to most studies, only 14% of our elected officials have any dual citizenship at all. So then he responded with this. He said, sorry, I was off by a digit, talking about it at 89%. He said, 14%, huh? Did Grok confirm that for you, bro? You really doing this? Why? Now, I have seen this list before, and that's not a list of people who have dual citizenship with Israel. Those are just Jewish members of Congress. Only 2 of them actually have dual citizenship. But I played along anyway. Now, we'll just ignore that I called him a name. But I said, 1, your source is a meme with no actual source. 2, you listed 13 senators, 28 House members. That's 13% of the Senate and 6% of the House. In total, that's 41 elected officials out of 535, which is 7%. So again, I asked him the same question. Do you have any evidence of your claim that 90% or even 89% of our elected officials have dual citizenship with Israel? Right? The same question I've been asking him. And his response after he posted a couple insults that I can't show you here on TikTok, he said, we don't all work for Israel, bud. And then he showed that fact-checking outlets note that there is no public record or credible list confirming any sitting members of Congress have dual citizenship, which I don't know if he realized completely defeated his entire argument. I simply said, hey, just to be clear, this is you admitting you have zero evidence to back up your claim. I mean, shit was getting pretty dire for him right now. He's literally admitting that there's no way for him to have evidence of his claim, but I want to tell you, he did not give up. So he then commented the exact same list, but without the graphic this time. Again, 1327, which I will remind you again is just a list of Jewish people in Congress. Which of course, just because I'm that type of asshole, I pointed it out to him. So then he responded with this, claiming that 89% of Congress is getting money from AIPAC. Which I gotta tell you, That's a believable claim. I could absolutely believe that 89% of Congress is getting money from AIPAC. However, I will point out that his numbers, once again, did not amount to 89%. But you know what? I was willing to let him go on that because this man seemed to be really fucking struggling. So I simply once again reminded him of his original claim. And in his response, he got a little heated, which is fine. I get it. He's getting fucking schooled. He's going to be a little bit upset. But then he said that over 259 lawmakers made a trip to Israel, which I will remind you all again, still ain't 89%. Then he said they own all the fact-checking platforms, and I need to have logic to understand what he's talking about. But then he fucked up. He said, I'll go live and debate this topic with you anytime. And Don Mateo, you name the time, because we're not going to debate this topic. Oh, sir, we are going to debate your original claim. A claim he has still provided no information for. So like I said, look, guys, when you argue with people online and they make a claim, understand the first question out of your mouth should be, do you have any evidence of that claim? You don't really have to ask anything else because usually they fucking don't.
And that's the problem. You notice how many people come in here and I ask them for empirical data. Give me anything, something. What can I go look up? What can I go and look up that in any way supports what you're saying? And there's never anything. And that's really the crux of where we can't have meaningful discussions anymore with anybody. Because how do we have discussions if how do we have any discussions with anybody if it's all based on my feelings, what I heard, what I read? Like, how many people will come in here and give me an article and it'll say some ridiculous shit like 85% of people believe X, and then they'll give me the link, and then I go look at the link, and the 85% of people is a study of like 1,493 people in one state that work in one job field. Like, talk about the most cherry-picked data. Talk about the absolutely most cherry-picked data. And we can't even remotely, you know, we can't even remotely move on. Like, how can we share definitions when it seems half of us live in different realities? You're right. How can we how can we talk about, like, Karthos? If Karthos was here, he would bring up the people with the way I define. Motherfucker, nobody cares how you define. Nobody gives a shit how you define. What everybody cares about is, how does the rest of the world define? How does the way I define economics is. Nobody gives a shit how you define economics. Like, how many people that I have to argue with say America's a democracy, and you're like, really? America's a democracy? How do you figure? How in the fuck do you figure that America is a democracy? Because it's not. Yeah, unless your last name is Webster, nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit what you define things as. Well, I'm just trying to say that we elect our representatives. Okay, you elect your representatives. Yeah. So you do understand that that makes you not a fucking democracy, right? You understand that that makes you a representational democracy, but since you're structured as a constitutional federal republic, it makes you a constitutional federal republic with direct representation, with direct elections for local, state, and federal legislative officials, and a proxy system for the election of your president. Is that helping? Because that's what you live in. And they get so mad, they get so pissed, and you're just like, what are you pissed about? That is the reality of what we're living in. That is what we have. And I just can't get over it. Reminds me of the old religious debates where you spend half of every discussion going over whether atheism is a belief in no God versus the lack of belief in any given God. You know, I always cut through the discussion with atheists. I just ask them, what do you mean you're atheist? Can you just tell me what you mean? Like, Wolfagar, I think what you're trying to do is you're trying to get into the discussion of the debate between atheism and agnostic. Yeah, positive versus negative belief. A lot of people I know speak in memes. A friend on Facebook will take a meme and post it like it's fact. Ask a question, then reply with a meme. No one thinks for themselves. Right, which is the big problems we're having. I heard it on TikTok, so it must be true. Shit. Unless you see this fucking background in a TikTok video, it's probably 50-50 as a fucking coin toss. People accusing Taylor Swift of being a fucking Nazi. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I was gonna cover the California thing. The fucking shooting live artillery shells over the fucking freeway in California. Way to go, man. Gavin Newsom is deploying the National Guard into California not to help Trump, but to help the Americans that Trump is purposely full hurting. The Republican government shutdown is about to delay food benefits for millions of California families. I am deploying the National Guard on a humanitarian mission to support California's food banks. I want to say something. It's going to be unpopular. You should not be receiving food assistance from the federal government. You should not be receiving food assistance from the federal government. You should be receiving food assistance from your state government. I think if we made one change to the House of Representatives. Yeah, the words you never want to hear is, I'm here from the government. I'm here to help. I think that if we change the House of Representatives so that states got 5, 4, 3, 2, or 1. I used to say 3, 2, or 1, but I've refined it a little bit more. If states got 5, 4, 3, 2, or 1 representatives in Congress, we would have less than half of the number of representatives we have now, way less than half, and shit would get done. Congratulations, your state has 1. California, you have 5. I guarantee you I know what would fucking happen in California, Florida, New York, Illinois if they went from getting 20 electoral votes to 5 electoral votes. All them illegal aliens would be the fuck out of there. Why keep them if they're not going to help us get more votes? Why keep them? Like, literally, when you're talking to Democrats, you're talking to liberals. You're literally having a conversation like, I've heard people say, like, if you hate your government, you should leave. Well, you support immigration. No, I support emigration. Immigrate, you go in. Emigrate, you go out. I support emigration. I just want you to emigrate somewhere else. Apparently, they're going to divide Gaza into 2 zones. And, how the fuck are you going to divide Gaza into 2 sections and give Israel supervision of one of them? How can we be so fucking dumb? Although I saw that Putin and Trump had another breakup of their bromance. What did Putin do? What did he do today specifically, or yesterday? Pissed off Donald Trump? Bombed more shit? Like, can we just get to the reckoning, please? Because we're there. Can we just get there? Like, we're absolutely fucked. Can we just admit that we're absolutely fucked? We don't have a world leader right now. Who is the world leader? Unfortunately, I think China is starting to step up on the world stage. I think China should try to pull a Jesse Jackson with the Gaza Strip. You know what China should do? China should just offer to buy all of Gaza. Literally just buy all of it. Yeah, we'll buy your whole fucking country. Then Israel has to stop attacking it. Donald Trump wants to put Trump properties there. Trump wants to build, like, man, I don't wish ill on anyone, but you fucking tore down part of the White House to build your stupid ballroom. They wouldn't even need to buy it. They just say, we're building a port in Gaza. They can't build a port in Gaza. Gaza can't give permission for anybody to build a port in Gaza. Gaza doesn't have authority over its airspace or its sea port space. Israel stopped attacking them, kind of. I mean, there's been ceasefire violations. And does Israel need to really keep actively killing Palestinians if now after 2 years they don't have food, they don't have hospitals, they don't have running water? I mean, I don't know, for some of you that have never been to like SEER training or ECAC training, escape and conduct after capture training, finding water is like an immediate need. Like, most people start the day dehydrated. Just so you know this, there's a reason why in an average show, I mean, that right there is a lot of fucking water. This is a lot of water. Water before shelter. Most of the time, yes. Most of the time, yes. Apparently Hamas is executing people publicly. Are they? Oh yeah. They've executed people in order to try to regain control. Yeah, I remember that. They're executing people of rival factions. So, do you think the founding fathers would dislike how much the White House has been expanded over the years? It depends on which founding fathers. Somebody just said, I hope you die on the operating table. I'm having surgery? What the fuck did I do to you that you want me to die on the operating table? You ignorant, bigoted piece of shit. What did I do? It's like, it's funny. People roll into my fucking Twitch chat or my Kick chat and they're like, I hope you die on the operating table. How the fuck did I offend you? It's my generation. First of all, what generation am I? What generation am I? If you're just gonna be that full of hate, what generation am I? It's your generation that fucked this country. Again, what generation am I, you walking fucking mouthpiece? What generation am I? No, twat's not a generation. That's your mom. I'm a boomer. Nope, I'm not a boomer. It would be fucking amazing if I was a boomer and I looked this good. I'm not a millennial either. Jesus Christ, do you even know the fucking generations? It's my generation. I'm Generation X. Congratulations. It took you 3 guesses. And Paul Stanley never even got it. The other guy got it. Johnny Rico, the fucking clown from Flip Circus, got it. I want to know how Generation X ruined this country. Generation X isn't even in control yet. Generation X is just starting to take the baby boomers' place because the baby boomers are just now retiring. It's your generation that fucked this country. No, it's your generation that fucked this country because you can't put together an argument. You didn't even know what generation I was. Congratulations, you can keep repeating the same thing. Do you have anything else to say on your behalf? Like, do you have one intelligent thought in your brain? Maybe a how? Because I'm Gen X. Gen X represents... You are twat. No, it's your A. You need to put an article in there. The reason why your generation is fucking up the country is because you can't even speak English. You're in a chat-based system, and it's not your twat. It's your A twat. This has been your Hooked on Phonics lesson for the day. Anything else? Shut the fuck up. Why? You're in my house, bitch. You're the illiterate motherfucker who can't put together an argument. You can't even insult somebody. You missed the fucking article. You literally can't speak English. And it's my generation that's ruining this country? Oh. Well, there's a fucking criminal You rapped my wife. You rapped her. You missed the W. But that's great. Because that's confession of a crime on a telecommunication device over state lines. FBI report, here we come. Thanks. No, I don't play. The last two people that have fucked with me, one's just getting out on parole now, and one just had their parole denied. Don't ever threaten my fucking kid. I got nothing better to do than to show up at your parole hearing. No, I don't think he should be paroled at this time because he knows my address and my child is still a minor. He should sit in jail. Oh, we agree. More jail. Hey, fuck you, buddy. Oh, by the way, since I'm all the way down here, let me just run by the visiting window. Let me find... Hey, guards, who's the biggest fucking guy in here who's in here for rape? Yeah, can I want to visit with him. Yeah. Hi, buddy. How much do you want on your commissary card? I got some requests. Do you take requests? Yeah. Here you go. I can't tell you what to do. I can only ask you to fill in the blanks. Enjoy your Fritos. So, anyway, speaking of being a good husband and a good dad, my other kid is here. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go report this asshole because assholes like this need to be reported. And I'm not just reporting him to Kick. I will be reporting him to Kick and telling Kick to do the law enforcement report, or I will do the law enforcement report, and Kick will happily do it because they don't want to be on the receiving end of it. Although I'm probably going to get back that we can't take it as a credible thing because he can't even spell. I will see you guys either later today or tomorrow for more Bloodlines 2.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jahlon's imagination. I don't think you will